All right, we are live. The content update 0.2.0 for Path of Exile 2 Dawn of the Hunt patch is out, or whether the patch notes are out. And we're going to go over them all together. I'll give you my thoughts as we're going by, what the implications are for the new league and builds and such. And yeah, we'll go over everything together in just a moment. All right. So let's begin. Let's start off with the update here. The Dawn of the Hunt League. All right, so we're getting a league with it, right? We got a fresh economy with Dawn of the Hunt League. All of your old characters from the early access launch are still present, but a free passive tree refund has been granted due to the changes. So basically, when you log in, you'll have an option to go into the league mechanic or go straight into standard. If you choose to go into standard, you'll get a free passive tree refund because there's so many changes. So that way, you'll be able to respec and change your build as needed. So there's a standard, hardcore, and a solo self-found variations of the Dawn of the Hunt League available. And they have the same core mechanics and items as the existing early access leagues. This normally isn't a thing. Normally when they have leagues, the league mechanic is only in or a part of the league. The standard league will have to wait until the league is over, where they will then roll over the new league into the standard league. So new content and features. So they've added a playable character class called the Huntress. They've added a new Amazon and Ritualist Ascendancy classes for the Huntress. Added a new Smith of Kitava Ascendancy class for the Warrior. That's getting a lot of hype right now. Well, along with it, everything else, the Amazon and Ritualist as well. They added the Tactician Ascendancy class for the Mercenary. This one I see less hype for, but I still think it'll be good. Added the new Lich Ascendancy class for the Witch. The Spectres are going to be insane. A lot of people are going to be playing them. They've added over 25 new skills, but most of them are primarily spear skills. I'll be excited to see what other skills they've added. And they've added over 100 new support gems. I'm curious to see if they've actually listed out all the different supports they've put out. They've added out 2 new item classes, spears and bucklers. So we've seen the bucklers and we've seen the spears in the showcase. They've added over 100 new unique items, added 8 new endgame maps, each with new encounters and rewards. I'd be interested to see what those are. They've introduced 4 unique strongboxes, special chests with unique encounters. I'm actually excited to play the new boxes, man. I want to see if they've done anything new with them. I know everyone pretty much ignores them right now. But if the buff is sufficient, if they turn out to be fun, maybe with the new Atlas, people will start investing points into them. Maybe they become worth it. We'll have to wait and find out. They've introduced 12 new rogue exiles. Others like you that have been exiled and are openly hostile. So basically when you join a map, a little exile is going to be... or it's possible to have an exile on the map. I think it's like 1 in 12 chance, they said, in the Tavern live stream. Each one has their own skills and personalities and are much smarter than the average monster. They said they have an AI in there. How good the AI is will yet to be seen. These exiles use unique items that they will drop if you successfully kill them. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how difficult they are. They're going to be introducing the Asmarian Wisps. We saw that in the showcase. They're little spirits that can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. And as you approach the wisps, they'll flee, leading you past the monsters. And any monsters it comes into contact with are infused with the spirit, making them more powerful and the spirit more rewarding. So you'll have to be killing the monsters as you progress through this while you're following the spirit. That should be interesting. They said that the wisps are going to be moving at a reasonable pace, so that you shouldn't be getting too far ahead of them or ahead of them. We'll wait and see. You know, I know there's a lot of speedy builds out there, so we'll see if it becomes a hindrance or not. You have to slow down for the wisps. They've added 15 new socketable items with new modifiers that you can craft onto your items. Ooh, okay. Introduced the Twilight Reliquary Key. When consumed at the Reliquary Vault, a new area in the endgame map, it grants you access to a vault with a chest that drop a special foiled version of the unique item selected by the supporters. They talked a little bit about this in a stream. I'm not sure how excited I am about this right here. There's 453 options for it. And I'm not exactly sure what the benefit is. Is it just like this chase item that you can say that you have a foiled version of it? I don't know if it's better in any way, shape, or form other than just the aesthetic on the item, like when you equip it on your character. I don't even know if it's going to have some kind of shiny effect when you equip it, like on your actual character. So I guess we'll find out once it comes out. Alright, essences can now have vault orbs apply to them to corrupt the essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. Their greater essences are now possible to be upgraded to 4 new corrupted essences. This is actually pretty exciting. So now when you're in the map, they're going to have essences. When you encounter them, the little triangle things, you touch them and then they release the monsters. You're able to corrupt it now. Just like you can with the strong boxes, you can upgrade them. You can go over to these, you can corrupt them. And if there are greater essences that you're going to acquire, you have a chance of upgrading these to the new corrupted essences. They showcased this in the last video they released as well. And they just ended off here by saying they're going to continue to incrementally improve the sound, art, effects, and environments. I think the sound department is absolutely killing it. The effect, I mean, every department is doing great, but the sound, I really enjoy the sound in this game. A lot of the spells sound really impactful. Alright, so let's start reading over the endgame changes. I think this is what everyone's most excited about. So, areas of corruption on the Atlas now have a central corrupted nexus that is the source of the affliction. In the areas leading to the nexus, corruption will spill out from slain enemies and amalgamate into powerful monsters. This is interesting. I'm interested to see how difficult these monsters are and how lucrative they are to kill them. If they're dropping good loot or not. I don't know what their drop tables are going to be. Outside of just them being powerful, are they going to be monsters that you're looking to kill because they drop good loot? You know, who knows. But I'm excited to fight these ones here. Upon reaching the Nexus, you will begin the task of cleansing the source of corruption. Completing this task and receiving crystalline shards that you can use to obtain Atlas passive skill points. They also said you can cleanse. So you have an option. You can either spread the corruption. Was it spread the corruption? Because after you do the map, you cleanse it, right? And I think you can do the cleanse maps as well. I don't actually remember what they said about that, but you get like white maps afterwards, or cleanse maps afterwards that you can do. A boss fight, or a boss for each faction has been added. These appear in the corrupted nexus. Ooh, we got new bosses. Okay, we got 4 new bosses, or how many? A boss for each faction. How many factions are there? I don't know. Alright, additional corruption monster factions have also been introduced. Yeah, how many monster factions are there? I like vaguely remember that. Corruption monsters have had their visual and animations improved, and their skills have been rebalanced. That's cool. Corruption areas no longer implicitly have +1 to the area. Oh, okay. But now are much more likely to have modifiers, and the modifiers can be more powerful. Some new corruption modifiers have also been added. Okay, so no more +1 irradiated? Interesting. Or rather, no more +1 to corruption. The irradiated is the same, I'm guessing, unless they're about to tell me otherwise. Okay. I wonder what these new powerful mods are. Okay. Cleansing a nexus will cause surrounding maps to become cleanse maps, which have their own set of monsters and rewards, including the newly introduced Fracturing Orb. Alright. Yeah, so we talked about this a little bit earlier. When you cleanse the nexus, the surrounding maps will become cleansed and have their own set of monsters, okay, and rewards. I wonder which ones are better, or like who's going to be, what kind of builds are looking for what rewards. What kind of rewards are we looking to get? Is it just this new Fracturing Orb? So the Fracturing Orb, let's see, fractures a random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers, locking it in place. So basically you find an item, if it has 4 modifiers, you're going to be able to use a Fracturing Orb. And one of the modifiers on there is going to be like locked in. You're not going to be able to modify it further. So if you wanted to use like annulment on it and clean the entire piece up and then just hold that one mod in there, and then you can start crafting on it. I'm guessing that's how it's going to work. I don't know if it changes the rarity. So if it has 4 mods and it's rare, if you remove 3, does it turn it into a blue item then? And then you can use essences on it? I don't actually know. So in order to open a corrupted Nexus map, the waystone placed in the map device will need to have at least 4 modifiers on it. I think this is fine because normally you're going to want 3 prefixes on it anyways, and if you're using the what are they called, the omens, to get only 3, then you're going to avoid this obviously. But if you're just rolling maps like with alchemy orbs, they're always going to have 4 modifiers on there, assuming you haven't removed any. So this is fine. You can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Oh, I'm sure everyone's going to be happy with that. Upon first entering the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map, and as you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. They mentioned this in a previous live stream as well. So I think basically what this boils down to is the harder the map, the less attempts that you have. I wonder if the attempts ever reach 1. Like, it's so hard that you get 1 attempt, and if you fail it, that's it. In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. Okay, so if it's 6 portals, everyone gets 6 attempts at it. If it's 1, everyone gets 1. So you'll be able to enter and exit your maps as much as you like, as long as you haven't died. Ooh, that's interesting. So leaving the map and coming back in doesn't consume one of your attempts or one of your portals, which is nice. So if you have trades and stuff like that, it's not going to consume it. Imagine you only have 1 attempt on the map, and someone wants to trade an item, and you can't leave the map because you won't have any more portals. So it looks like the portals are going to be tied to your death count. That's interesting. The number of portal is representative of the number of revives you have. Okay, good. Once you start a boss fight, the respawning system will change to require the map owner to collectively respawn the entire party. This is so that you must still kill the boss from full life. Right, this is to avoid like one person dying and then the other person going and reviving like you can in the campaign, I'm guessing. So if you decide to rush to the map boss without interacting with any of the map content and then die, you will respawn at the boss checkpoint and only the boss map will be present. And only the map boss will be present. All of the other monsters and content will be removed. This is to prevent cases where players will be able to farm multiple copies of the same reward by dying on purpose. Yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. I was thinking the same thing. Okay. The number of towers on the Atlas has been reduced drastically, but each one is now more powerful. So yeah, they talked about this before. I think you can add up to 4 tablets now. So they wanted to reduce the amount of work that you had to do to set up, you know, your Atlas. So tablets, except Overseer tablets, inherently add twice as many mechanics to the tower. That's amazing. Using higher tier waystones and towers also now increases the number of mechanics applied to the tablets. That's awesome. So you're going to be incentivized to use the highest tier waystone that you have, assuming you want more mechanics applied to it. By tier 15, the bonus is double, which is massive, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many things. Right, so as long as you're putting a tier 14 map into it, you'll be able to unlock 4 different empty slots to put tablets in, which I think is going to be ideal. That's what you're going to be wanting to do at endgame. So tower maps can now spawn with all 4 content mechanics, including bosses. That's great. Hopefully this incentivizes people to start doing the towers instead of just putting in any old map, because I'm pretty sure everyone would just throw in, like, finding whatever map they had that was throwaway, like even if it was level 1, because they don't really care about doing it. They would rush to the end, press the button, put their tablet in for the sake of just juicing all of the other maps that they set up. And so this is kind of aimed, I think, at incentivizing people to run the tower map as like your normal map. Next one, the number of maps affected by tablets has been doubled on average, which is awesome. So that means less tablets you're going to have to use. And also now scale based on map tier. Also great. Great changes here. They're all quality of life here. Next one here, we're killing rare monsters required for map completion no longer has a chance to grant monster modifiers to the remaining rare monsters. Okay. Not sure what that one was about. If people were exploiting that or what. I don't remember experiencing that. Alright, so they've also increased the chances for rare monsters to have 3 or 4 modifiers in maps. This means they drop more rare items. Yeah, so if you're not aware how the rarity works right here, for every rare modifier that the monster has, I forget the exact percent, maybe I think it's like 10 or 15% more rarity of items found. And it's multiplicative with the Atlas rarity and your gear, like everything stacks on top of it. So that's why the meta has been that you want to get as many modifiers on the rare mobs as humanly possible, so that way you have more rarity of items found. This is mostly to compensate for the removal of rare monsters granted their modifiers to other rare monsters on death. Okay. So a checkpoint now spawns when the last available optional content in the map has been completed. But what does this checkpoint do? So you get a new checkpoint, but what does it do? Does it take you to like the content that you haven't completed? I'm not sure what this is going to be about. Extra content such as Breach, Delirium, and Expedition and Ritual now start spawning further away from the Ziggurat Refuge. Okay, so you're not going to be experiencing all the different type of content right away. You're going to have to clear a bunch of, I guess, like starter maps, I guess you can call them, until you can finally branch out away from the starting point, which is the Ziggurat Refuge, until you finally reach, you know, Breach and Delirium maps, or maps that have those mechanics on there. So that's interesting. I wonder how far from the Ziggurat Refuge these mechanics are going to be. I hope it's not too far. Like I don't have to do like 10 maps north and then 15 maps to the east. I hope it's just a couple or a few, 5 or something like that. All right, next one. How Waystones are obtained in maps has been redesigned. Interesting. How Waystones are obtained in maps. So our intention is to make the map sustain more reliable and less dependent on random elements. It doesn't actually say how they've redesigned it. I know in the previous videos they've said that when you kill the last elite on the map, you're going to get a map. When you kill a boss, it has a chance to drop an additional map. So there's 2. So 1 per map minimum. If you're on a boss map, you get up to 2 or 3. Or up to 3, I should say. So I don't know how else they're going to be redesigning it. So Waystones can no longer drop at a lower tier than the map that you're in. This is amazing. I can't tell you how many times, I mean, everyone experiences it, right? I mean, if you have a loot filter, you probably haven't noticed this. But if you play without a loot filter, you're always going to see Waystones that are dropping like level 4, level 15, or level 4, level 8, level 10, and you're like on 15, 16, 17 maps. It doesn't make any sense. So making it so they can no longer drop lower than what you're in. It makes me think, the way this reads, what if you've already corrupted a map and you're on a 16? Does that mean that the maps that drop will also be corrupted and they'll also be level 16? Or does it mean that it's just going to roll the highest possible map that it can, which is 15? I'm actually interested in that. I guess we'll wait and see. So Waystone drops by the final map bosses will now always be 1 tier higher than the map you are in. Again, if I want a 15 map, will it roll 16 maps? Are they going to be corrupted now? Huh. Alright, final map bosses and the final naturally occurring rare monsters in tier 1 maps have a 100% chance to drop a Waystone. Right, we just talked about this. This chance scales down as you get higher into maps, but will still be guaranteed with appropriate investment into the Waystone suffix modifiers in the Atlas passive tree. Yeah, I imagine when you start a new league, you're going to want to change your Atlas tree so you're getting the most amount of Waystone drops possible. This is what's going to allow you to get your sustain going, and also people that need maps, you'll be able to sell the maps to them, acquiring some additional much needed currency. It's one of the ways a lot of people made currency early on in this league or the previous league. We'll see what the additional Waystone drop chance does to this, whether it'll still be lucrative to sell maps early or not. I guess we'll just wait and see. Next one, remove chances for Waystones to drop a tier higher from the Atlas passive tree and lower the amount of Waystones quantity available from the passive tree. This makes sense since you're already going to be guaranteed one at minimum on running a map. You want to remove the chances of getting Waystones, right? Otherwise, you're just going to get flooded with Waystones. So sources of map boss have a chance to drop a Waystone of the current tier or higher and have been replaced by increased quantity of Waystone dropped by map bosses. Right. Okay. We just talked about that earlier. Doryani now has up to 10 Waystones available to purchase, either at tier 1 or one tier below your highest completed tier. Okay, this is great. I remember starting off a new character and didn't have the higher level Waystones because I had used them up and I had to start back from level 1. That was really annoying. Or level 5 rather. I think Doryani was selling up to 5. So now whatever you've completed last, you can just buy again, which is going to be interesting. Is the Bone Storm still alive? Nothing says. We haven't gotten down to the nerfs yet. We're still pretty high up on the patch notes. If we get to anything where we read that a certain ability that we've used in the past build that it's been nerfed, we'll go ahead and make the adjustments on the build guide. And of course, once we test everything, we'll release new guides to make sure that we accommodate and update them to be able to be viable, if it's still possible, of course. All right, next one here. Overseer tablets now cause up to 2 to 4 maps in range to contain bosses. Previously 3 to 7. Okay. The Waystone chance granted by Waystone suffix modifiers has been reduced as a result of the new chances to drop Waystones. Okay. We're just adjusting numbers here to make sure that we don't get flooded here. Yeah, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so everyone can kind of read along with me. All right, let's go down here. Unidentified Waystones now provide a 30% increase Waystone drop chance instead of the 30% increased quantity. Okay. The first 5 different unique maps you complete each now grant 2 passive skill points for a total of 10. Alright, so you'll be able to get these points faster on your Atlas tree. The specialties of some maps have been adjusted to account for the addition of Asmarian spirits. Okay, so I'm guessing on the Atlas tree you're going to be able to invest points into Asmarian spirits. We'll see how good the mechanic is, you know. The same thing with the strong boxes. If they've been updated to the point where it's worth running them, I'm sure we'll be looking to invest skill points into them. We'll see how they compete with increasing the modifiers on map, because right now the meta is just get as many modifiers as you can, as many rares as you can on the map. I wonder if we will want to be, or be incentivized enough to be allocating points into the spirits or strong boxes or any other mechanics. Maybe like the essences, maybe they're good now and you're going to want to get more of them, especially now because you can corrupt them. So we'll wait and see there. Added a new modifiers relating to the Asmarian spirits for Overseer tablets. That makes sense. Added new modifiers relating to Asmarian spirits and Rogue Exiles for Precursor tablets. Ooh, that's interesting. I would like to know what exactly, what modifiers those are. Is it just you get more spirits, or do they affect more monsters so you can like double up on the rewards? Does it make the Exiles chances for better loot higher? You know, I'm interested in what kind of modifiers those are. The Untainted Paradise map now has 2 to 400% increased experience gained. Previously 150 to 300. There weren't too many of these to begin with, so it's a nice quality of life, a little bit more experience, but you know, if you really cared about leveling up your character, you were already probably rolling your maps and your tablets to have increased experience and like increased mob density. So, I mean, this is nice whenever you find it, a nice little boost in experience, but I don't think it's going to be anything huge. A new crafting mechanic called Recombination has been added to the Expedition, which allows you to select mods on 2 items, hoping to get the best element of each on a single item. So they talked about this before in previous videos. What I imagine this amounts to is that now when you're playing the game and you find an item that has, you know, a tier 1 mod on it or the highest possible mod tier on it, you're going to want to save that, find another item that has another good item for you, and then combine them into one, so you have a better chance of having, you know, 2 to 4 mods on there that you like, and then you're hopefully going to be slamming Exiles on top of that if you get lucky. Great. My guess is this is just going to make it easier for people to get started in builds, and also incentivize people to pick up more stuff off the ground, because you never know what kind of mods are on the items, right? So now even blue items, if you get an item with a tier 1 modifier that's desirable for your build, you're going to want to keep that so you can recombine it with other items. Alright, so the tablet modifier that causes ritual favors in your maps to have 5 to 10% increased chance to be omens now has the values of 50 and 25%. Ooh, that's awesome, right? You want to have more omens, so this is nice. The Overseer tablet modifier that causes map bosses to have 10 to 20% chance to drop a waystone of the current tier or higher now has values of 5 to 8, so this got nerfed. Okay. That makes sense because they're making it easier for waystones to drop. So this makes sense. Alright, precursor tablet suffixes that granted additional base chance for random extra content now instead grant increased chance. This affects existing items. Okay. The tablet modifier that provided increased rarity of items found in your maps now has values of 10 to 15, previously 10 to 20. Okay, so they just removed the higher end value of the rarity of items found. So now you'll have a lower range between them. It's still going to be desirable, right? Adding one of these to your waystones is still going to be good. That way you can have the multiplicative value, getting yourself higher rarity of items found. And because what they've said with item rarity, having greater diminishing returns, if you're able to get your map to have somewhere around, like, let's say 150 to 200, like you're more than fine now. That's including like all your gear. Like when you enter and you're fighting something, assuming that you have rarity of item found on your gear, or you don't, whatever, and you just want to roll it on tablets and your maps, as long as you have somewhere between, we don't know like the exact values, but I imagine similar now. So you have somewhere between 100 to 300. Let's say when split the difference, we'll just say 200, somewhere around that value. You'll have your best odds, I guess, at getting your items with more rarity on top of that have greatly reduced returns. The tablet modifier that provides increased quantity of items found on your maps now has values of 3 to 7 instead of 3 to 8. Okay, just a very slight nerf to quantity of items. I mean, everybody was using this. Yeah, they were very lucrative to sell. So if you were rolling a bunch of tablets and you landed a really high rolled quantity of items found one, you could sell it for a pretty penny. They were selling for dibs. So I imagine they're still going to be good here. Well, 1% drop isn't that big of a deal. So if you do happen to find a tablet with high quantity of items found, think, weigh the pros and cons, whether you want to sell it or run it. The tablet modifiers that provide increased pack size in your maps now has values of 3 to 7 instead of 3 to 8. Okay, so less pack size. This means it'll be slightly harder to level. You'll have less pack size there available to you. The tablet modifier that provides increased gold found in your maps now has value of 10 to 15. I don't know how good this is. I imagine you only need it like really, really early on into the league where you actually need gold, like test stuff out and builds and whatnot, but maybe some gambling. But I don't imagine this is going to matter to anyone later in the game. Tablet modifiers that have breaches in your maps increased monster density now, giving 4 to 6. Previously 5 to 10. Okay, so breach density is being lowered ever so slightly. While the modifier that gives breach opens faster now has values of 3 to 5, previously 8 to 12. Again, they're just kind of nerfing the monster density and how fast the breaches open here, it looks like. The tablet modifier for rare monsters having an additional modifier can no longer roll. Ooh, that's tough. That was a big one. That was a desirable stat that you wanted on a tablet, to have your monsters have an additional modifier, because that essentially meant they got an additional percentage to your rarity of item found. So you can no longer roll that. I wonder if this is going to make the modifier that gives rare monsters an additional modifier more valuable on a map roll, because you can't roll them on a tablet. That'd be interesting there. Alright, next one. The modifier in Simulacrum for rare monsters having an additional modifier no longer appears. I mean, I guess this is a good thing for a lot of builds. Simulacrum was already difficult, so rare monsters having an additional or no longer having an additional modifier will probably make things a little bit easier. So that's probably nice for most people. The various endgame quests that lead to the Arbiter of Ash encounter have been consolidated into a single quest. Okay, that's interesting. The bosses that are affected by difficulty and Simulacrum can now drop all of their specific uniques at any difficulty. However, rare uniques are even rare at lower difficulties. Yeah, they talked about this in a live stream. So basically, when you first start off doing tier 0 or tier 1, however you want to call it, your baseline, you still have a chance to get the entire drop table on that boss. Just the more chase items are going to be more difficult to get. They'll have a lower drop rate, and the more that you move up in difficulty, the higher chance you're going to get that item. It's just so that they didn't make it impossible for players that are not playing the meta builds to just steamroll the content. You know, if you're playing a build that's a little bit more obscure and you still want to enjoy the content, you don't have to play it at max difficulty. You can play it at lower difficulties and still have a chance for those items. I remember I'm pretty sure that's what they said in the last stream there. All right, next one. Pinnacle boss content now takes roughly half of the amount of time to unlock compared to before. In addition, Pinnacle bosses have been made much easier at difficult 0 as well. I think they said they lowered their health values by 50%, as well as the time that it takes to acquire all the necessary items to be able to access the Pinnacle boss content. They said they reduced it by half as well. So if I remember what they said on average it takes about 60 maps to gather all the materials you need to access the content, and now reducing it to 30, so about 50% there. It's our intention to allow you to face difficulty 0 of this content much earlier in your endgame progression, while still preserving the difficulty of 4. Okay, so 4 is not really going to change, just the earlier difficulties are going to be easier. Alright, players no longer lose experience from dying in Simulacrum. That's amazing. The Twisted Domain, Olderoth's Arena inside logbooks, the Crux of Nothingness, or the Burning Monolith. So now players are not going to be, you know, if you're close to leveling, you're not going to be thinking to yourself, okay, do I really want to do this encounter? Do I want to wait until I level so I don't lose all my experience? Or, oh, you know, I don't have an omen. Do I really want to chance it? So now that's no longer a decision you need to think about. You know, experience, when you go into these boss fights, you'll no longer be losing experience. So that's nice. Nice quality of life there. Next one, move the location of the stash in Simulacrum to make it harder to accidentally start the encounter when trying to open the stash. That's just a nice quality of life. I know I've done this on accident many times, trying to just put stuff in my stash. So this is nice. They're going to reduce the power of notables on the League-specific Atlas passive trees for acquiring logbooks, Breach Splinters, Simulacrum Splinters, and an Audience with the King. Okay. So on the passive tree, they're just lowering down the values of how many more of these resources you'll be able to get. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess if they're going to make it 50% easier to acquire these, they also have to make the adjustments on the Atlas tree to compensate, right? Otherwise, we're going to get flooded with them, and none of them are going to have any value. I guess that makes sense. Okay, I'm fine with that. Delirium encounters and maps now reward 1 Simulacrum Splinter each time a reward type is filled. Okay. Interesting. Simulacrum Splinters can now be obtained through Delirium encounters in all map tiers, with the amount scaling up per tier. Okay. The base number of monsters spawned in Delirium encounters has been reduced, and the number that emerge by touching fractured mirrors has been greatly increased. Okay, that's interesting. So, does this... maybe this is just to reward people putting points into the node on the Atlas tree that makes it so you have more mirrors. So, it makes that node more desirable. So, if you're running Delirious maps without it, you'll see much less fractured mirrors, or the monsters you can kill to get the splinters. I wonder if it's going to make it so that a lot of us are forced into taking that node on the Atlas tree now. I'm going to be paying attention to that when I start running. Next is reduce the intensity of the fog in delirium encounters. This is this is actually pretty big, a nice quality of life for me. Every time I'm running the delirium maps, I'll press tab and I'll have the map overlay, and I'm just looking at my map to run around, but the fog is also white and it kind of bleeds out. It's hard to see the map, and I'm always running into things. Like I use it on maps that have a lot of like walls, or like, they're not walls, what do you call them? Like steps. Like they're always obstacles in your way, and I always look at the map so I can, you know, navigate easier. But on really heavy, dense fog maps, I can't ever see the map. It's actually really annoying. So that's going to be nice to see being implemented. And the number of monsters spawned from Breach has been reduced. They mentioned this in one of the streams, but they said that the Breach was already producing too many monsters to the point of a lot of monsters weren't even spawning. Like, you wouldn't even see them. So they said they were going to reduce the number so that it's they're not overflowing. I don't know what that's going to translate to while you're in the game. Does it still feel the same, or is it noticeably less? We'll find out. Reduce the number of small breach chests found. Okay. Breach splinters can now be attained from breaches in all map tiers, with the amount scaling up per map tier. Okay, so you're going to be incentivized to do the highest tier map possible if you're trying to farm splinters. Breach and Delirium encounters are now considered complete when you open the Clasp Hand or Delirium Mirror. Interesting. I don't know that this mattered. I'm trying to think of an instance where you were like searching for one mirror or Clasp Hand to consider the map complete. Strong boxes now spawn slightly more packs of monsters and maps. I wonder if the mobs are going to spawn faster as you kill them. Because one of the reasons why people don't like doing the strong boxes is because it makes you kind of just stand there and fight them. And they don't just spawn like in one area, like on top of the box. They like, some will spawn on the left and you got to walk over and fight them. And then if you go to the left, maybe they'll spawn on top of your head. And then you're like, oh God, I got mobs on my head. So I don't know if they've changed how they spawn. They didn't. I don't remember hearing them talk about their spawn location. So just we get more mobs. Again, we don't know if they're going to be C play or not, or what the Atlas tree changes are going to bring to them. So we'll have to pay attention and kind of keep our eyes peeled on that one. All right, omens now always appear as ritual rewards in map areas. Interesting. As ritual rewards, okay. There's also a small chance for an additional omen to appear. Okay, that's great. Omens this league this time around were pretty scarce. So anything that says we're going to give you more omens is great. The vendors in the Ziggurat Refuge and those in your hideout now correctly have level 65 items available, rather than one having level 60 items and the other having level 70. I never bought items in there, like outside of just leveling my character. So after they were leveled, like after the first, I don't know, 2 weeks or whatever, I never bought anything ever again. So I never experienced the need for that to be changed. I didn't even notice that. So, I mean, cool, I guess, for leveling. If you exit the game while in an endgame map area, logging back into the same character will now place you back inside the map instance if it still exists. Okay, that's good. So it's not going to spawn you in your hideout. It's going to spawn you in the map itself. So that's the only change there. I don't know if that has any type of implications outside of, does it put you back at the beginning of the map, or does it put you back where you logged out? Right? Because a lot of people have been hitting exit and leaving so that, you know, to avoid death, because there's a bunch of monsters around them. So if it just spawns you back to where you just were, at the same health that you just were, surrounded by the same monsters you were running away from, there are big implications of that. So we'll have to see how they do this once we get into the game. All right, next one. Atlas passive tree changes. Okay, now we're getting to some more meaty stuff here. Oops, and I see values here. All right, added support for Asmerian spirits and rogue exiles to the Atlas passive tree. That was expected. Added more notable passives and reworked some existing ones to make the available choices more interesting. Okay. The Deadly Evolution Atlas keystone has been replaced by a new keystone called Ecological shift, which causes your maps to have 40% more chance to contain random extra content. Huh. 40% chance to have random extra content. Okay. And 20% less number of monster packs in your maps. Huh. Okay. So if you care less about leveling, but more about doing the content like Breach or Delirium or whatever, this might be for you. So maybe you want to... Oh, I'm trying to think. Would you rather have more monster packs early? I think you still want the content, right? I think everyone's going to take this. Because I think typically more content equals more monsters, right? You just have more monsters of that content type. So yeah, I think everyone's going to take that. I think, yeah, I don't see why I wouldn't take that. So they can now obtain 40 Atlas passive skill points, previously 30. This makes sense. They're adding a lot more nodes to your Atlas tree, so they want to give you more possibilities. So this is a good change. You love to see it. The Crumbling Walls Atlas passive now has a 10% chance for an additional breach, previously 15. Yeah, this was really strong. I don't know if any of you guys experienced getting like 7, 8, 9, 10 different breaches on one map, so it's pretty nutty. 3% chance for 3 additional breaches, previously 5, yeah, and 1% chance for 10 breaches, previously 2. Yeah, breaches were just so good this league that they felt like they had to reduce it. Especially now that you can get many more breaches. They're doubling the amount of content. So, yeah, imagine you're able to have a tablet, you know, you're juicing your maps, and you've got 20 breaches you're putting out instead of, 5 or 8 or whatever. So, yeah, they had to reduce these numbers down. This makes sense. The Extreme Archaeology Notable Atlas passive no longer causes monsters to spawn with 20% of their life missing. Okay, I didn't even know it was a thing. I never used it. The Frantic Invasion Atlas Notable passive now has 50% increased quantity of breach splinters dropped by breach monsters in your maps. Previously 75. Okay, so we're getting nerfed to the amount of breach splinters that we're acquiring. I guess this is a, I don't know. Again, because they've made it easier to get this content and more of these content types are going to be available, maybe they have to compensate here. So I don't know how I feel about it. Maybe it's fine. All right, the Grasping Hands Atlas Notable passive now has 30% more clasp hands, previously 50. Again, just reducing the value of everything basically on breaches. And clasp hands in your maps have 20% chance to be guarded by a pack of magic monsters, probably 25. I mean, you're still going to take all these nodes, right? If you want to do breach, you're going to be taking them anyways. They just have lower values. That's all pretty much what I'm getting out of it. The Interdimensional Assault Atlas passive now has breaches in your maps of 10% increased monster density, previously 15. Well, they've reduced the amount of monster density in breaches, period. So, and they're also reducing it on the Atlas tree. Okay. The Ominous Portents Atlas passive now causes ritual favors in your map to have a 100% increased chance to be omens, previously 50. So this is a massive increase where they're doubling the chances at your ritual favors. Okay. Cool. So if you're a type of person that likes your rituals, there you go. The Rising Pyre Atlas notable passives now has breaches in your maps, have 25% increased monster density, previously 40. Okay, so again, just nerfing the monster density. All right, so we got done with those ones. Now we're talking about the general improvements of the game. So in order to work around a common crash that was occurring on NVIDIA hardware with recent drivers, the game can now recover from device removed events. When this occurs, the game will display a loading screen and pause while it attempts to recover. This sounds like it's just aimed at trying to fix one of the crashes. I know that during the first few months we were crashing all the time in this game, so this is nice to see that they're improving it and making it more stable. So I think everyone's happy about that. The reforging benches and towns have been repositioned to be in more optimal locations. The stash and the guild stashes have also been slightly spaced apart to reduce misclicking. Okay. I don't remember ever facing this as a problem or wanting this changed, so cool, I guess. Strong boxes can now appear in certain Act 1 areas. Cool. We're just getting access to different mechanics earlier. That's fine. Added a stash to the treasure room in the Trials of Chaos. Oh, this is big. This was super annoying to have to run out to your hideout every time you wanted to access your stash. So this is a big quality of life change. I know there's tons of people that farm the Trial of Chaos and I hated that. So this is good. Mini fire skills now visually burn grass in areas. I don't know how I feel about that because I use like Detonate Dead and Ember Fusillade and stuff like that. And whenever we burn the ground, or whenever the Detonate Dead, it leaves a little bit of burning particles on the ground, and you're afraid that they're going to be something you're not supposed to be stepping in. So I hope it doesn't leave too many burning visuals everywhere. I just don't want to accidentally step on burning ground and die. That's all that's from. Improve the performance of summoning and reviving minions. Okay, I haven't played too much minions this league, or the previous league, so I don't know what the performance was like. So if you played a lot of minion builds, maybe this was much needed. Further improved safety checks, preventing using movement skills to skip the elevators in the Trial of Chaos encounters. Yeah, obviously. And prevents the encounters from functioning correctly. Yeah. People skipping content, finding ways to bug through things, they're preventing that, so good. The jumps performed when using Escape Shot and Toxic Growth now allow you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. Vaulting Impact will also receive this chance at a later date. Okay, this is good. I thought that the jump was just terrible. It feels terrible. Like there's a lot of times where like a boss is about to do an animation and he catches you in the jump and you can't dodge now because you're in the air and then you get slapped. I don't know if this is gonna do anything for people that are using it for wave clearing, like during maps. Was this a problem? Maybe. And now you can use it to like escape. If there's like a little cliff you can jump over. I don't know how good this change is. I imagine it's gonna be cool for people that are using these abilities. So nice little improvement there, I guess. The Decay debuff from Decaying Hex support now uses a more appropriate visual effect and displays below the enemy's life bar. That's cool. I don't know that too many people are using this, but cool. Grenade skill now has a small amount of random variation in travel distance when firing multiple grenades at once. Is this a nerf? I don't know that a lot of people are playing grenade skills. Wouldn't you rather have all of your grenades hit like the same location so you can like not miss? Is this a nerf to grenade skills or does it matter? I don't play grenade skills. I haven't, so I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. Firebolt now uses the same animation as freezing shards instead of generic projectile spell animations. Okay. Updated the 3D art of the stash and guild stashes. Okay. Alright, player changes now. Characters are now required to be at least level 25 to enter cruel difficulty areas and level 50 to enter endgame areas. Huh. So what does this mean? No more paying someone to rush you and not level you? So now if they're rushing you through content, you got to get leveled up at the same time. And 50 to enter. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Okay. The player, I don't know if like paying for services was a thing, like if it was like frowned upon, but it sounds like it's targeted to those people. I don't know. The player's base attack speed while unarmed is now 1.4 seconds. I'm sorry. The player's base attack speed while unarmed is now 1.4, previously 1.2, so it was increased. Killing Palm, Shattering Palm, and Staggering Palm, and the Hand of Chayula now have an increased 25% less attack speed to compensate for this change, previously 10. I never played those characters, so or those spells, so I have no idea if this is, how impactful this is. Freeze now builds up roughly 48% slower on enemies. Okay, so Freeze got nerfed by 48%? Wow. So now if you want to freeze enemies, you're going to need a ton of buildup. Wow. I wonder what this is aimed at. And what other, because I know they have nerfs to the Herald coming, right? We just haven't read them yet. So maybe that's what it was intended for. But I mainly play a lot of freeze builds when I'm playing my Sorceress. And I'm thinking, I wanted to play freeze builds this patch, but if freeze now builds up 48% slower, is it just nerfed into the ground? Or am I just going to need a ton of buildup to compensate for this? I don't know. Player base ailment threshold is now half of maximum life. Previously all of maximum life. That sucks. What are the implications of this? So now you're going to want to take ailment threshold on your passive tree. So you're going to be taking away things that improve your build or things that improve your damage. You're already competing with so many things on the tree. This is going to suck. It doesn't do anything to people playing CI, because if you're CI, you only have one life. Doesn't matter, right? But if you have any amount of life and you're relying on it for your stun threshold, well, now you got more of it, or less of it rather. Now this doesn't say stun threshold. It doesn't say it's reducing stun threshold, just ailment threshold. So you'll be able to get frozen more often. I think that's the one that everyone cares most about. I mean, being burned or ignited rather and shocked is annoying too, but being frozen means usually dying. So people are going to want to invest more into ailment threshold. I imagine the node in the passive tree in the top right of the tree, I forget what it's called, that gives you 100% more freeze threshold is going to be more valuable now. And maybe this makes the armor chest piece that has an implicit ailment threshold on it more valuable. We'll see. So presence radius is now 4 meters, previously 6. Wow, that's a nerf. Whoo! That is massive, big nerf. Okay, so they basically wanted to remove... I'm going to guess what this is aimed at. There was a few builds out there that I shouldn't say abused. Maximized the effect of curses, like temporal chains, and they made it so that none of the enemies could do anything on the screen. And there's items like Alpha's Howl, and there's jewels and passive node trees that increase the radius of these things. So you were able to just walk onto any part of the map and nothing would attack you, basically. Some mobs have like resistances or threshold to it, so they would move but very slowly. So you're pretty much taking no damage the entire time. And so what people do is they'll have, you know, one of their friends that, you know, on your party. One of them is a bot, and their sole purpose is to make it so nothing attacks you, and then, you know, makes the content trivial. So I'm thinking it's aimed at that. It's probably also aimed at rarity bots, making it so you have to stay closer, making it a little bit more cumbersome to play with a player with rarity, where they're just having to follow you around much tighter, so they can't be as far away as you're looting. So it kind of slows you down. So yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Monster modifiers stolen from rare monsters, such as through Behend support, have had the effect they provide to players adjusted to be more appropriate. Yeah, obviously, right? We can't let those modifiers go wild. That just makes sense. The cruel version of Candlemass Essence now provides 5% increased life, previously 8. Okay. The Worn Sandals Trial of the Second Must Affliction now grants 30% less movement speed. And if you've been hit by an enemy recently... No, if you've been hit by an enemy recently, it's previously 25. Okay, so it just gets worse. Blocking a hit by raising your shield or parrying now gives you a chance to avoid accumulating heavy stun buildup equal to the chance you would otherwise have had to evade the hit. Huh, interesting. I mean, cool. I don't know that I was going to be using block or raise shield, but okay. Unified stun mechanics and terminology between players and monsters. The stagger that players suffer when blocking too much damage with their shield raise is now a heavy stun. Okay. Players are still unable to be heavy stunned unless a mechanic specifically states otherwise. Okay, just making it more clear. Players can no longer be light stunned while their shield is raised. So I'm guessing that's because of this, that you're going to be heavy stunned. Modifiers to curse effects have been changed to instead apply to curse magnitude. Okay, so the wording is changed there. No more curse effect. Now it's curse magnitude. That's fine. It just kind of matches everything else. The other ones have magnitude. This only makes sense. This means that they are additive with any other modifiers to the effect of the debuff on the target. For example, curse magnitude and slow magnitude are now additive with each other for temporal chains. Okay. Okay. Player created objects such as ice crystals no longer have a monster power value. Ooh. There are some implications here. Okay. Ice crystals can no longer apply on kill effects such as Herald of Ash and Trample Toes Overkill. Yeah. Everyone was abusing this, right? Or using this mechanic. Ice crystals no longer apply on kill effects such as Herald of Ash and Trample Toes Overkill. Now, it doesn't say that you can't interact with the ice crystals. It just says that the Herald of Ash and Trample Toes interaction is no longer a thing. That means that if you're using Frostbolt to hit your ice crystals and then make them split and get a ton of them, or you're doing some cheesy stuff where you're using ice crystals as a wall and then you're throwing your projectiles into them, like you hit the boss and it forks, creating 3 more projectiles, and then you put your ice wall on the other side, it hits the ice wall and then it ricochets back at the projectile, essentially giving those. You hit one time, but then you got 3 projectiles, and those 3 projectiles bounce back, so you're like tripling your damage. That was a little cheesy. So if we can still interact with the ice crystals, just Herald of Ash and Trample Toes can't do the whole overkill stuff, that's fine. So I'm gonna go test all my stuff out to see if we can still do that kind of interaction. As long as we can still interact with the ice crystals, I'm fine with the Herald of Ash and Trample Toes getting nerfed. All right, so players have 50% more light stun threshold per time stunned in the past 4 seconds, previously 25%. More player light stun threshold per time stunned. Okay, so it's basically diminishing returns on getting stunned. That's fine. That's cool. That's great. I don't know how much this matters when you're like in heavily juiced maps, because usually getting stunned once means you die, but I'll take it. Your heavy stun bar now doesn't start emptying until the heavy stun animation has finished. Ooh, okay. Instead of when the heavy stun animation starts. Oh, wow. And it says your heavy stun bar. So it's not saying the enemies. So when you get stunned, you need to wait for that bar to empty out before it starts replenishing. Right? The heavy bar doesn't start emptying until the heavy stun animation is finished. Right, so you get stunned, and there's like an animation of you getting stunned, and that bar doesn't start emptying until the animation finished. Oh, so don't get heavy stunned, right? Heavy stun duration on players is now 3 seconds, previously 1. Oh my god, this is such a massive... Okay, so yeah, you're just not going to want to get stunned ever. It was already bad at 1 second when you got heavy stunned. Okay, so you're going to want to take your stun charms out there. You might even want to go pick up some more stun threshold now. It might even be more important. 3 seconds just seems ridiculous, honestly. 1 was already bad, especially if you can get stunned in rapid succession. You know when you roll, monsters have like 200% increased stun on map modifiers? Even the little guys, they walk up and slap you and you're stunned, and then another one comes over and they hit you and you're just like stuck for 3 seconds and you're dead. Now imagine it's 3 seconds long. I don't know if that applies to heavy stun, but I hope it doesn't, because it's going to be ridiculous. Wow, okay. Players cannot block or evade hits while they are heavy stunned. I don't know why they would have been able to. I just assumed you can't do anything while you're stunned, like even including evade. So this just makes it even worse. You really do want to avoid getting stunned, right? Critical weakness stacks now track duration individually, rather than refreshing the duration of all stacks when a new stack is gained. Okay. I mean, most people were already stacking critical weakness by using Unleash. So you're getting like a full stack of critical weakness if you're using things like Eye of Winter. So I don't know how big of a change this is. And if you're stacking critical weakness with Omen Scepter, it just gets reapplied. So I don't know if this. I don't know if this matters. Maybe I'm missing something here. Pin targets can no longer evade. Oh, interesting. Pinning a target now causes them to be light stunned. Interesting. Okay, so pin just means that they're kind of stuck. They're immobilized. They can't move around. But now this is going to be a buff to pin, so they can no longer evade. That's interesting. And it also causes them to be stunned slightly when you hit them. That's interesting. So a buff to pin. I don't know a whole lot of builds that are using pin or that depend on it. I know we were using it for Bone Storm, but Bone Storm is a spell, and we don't hit with an attack, so they don't evade. It's not subject to evade, but it's kind of cool. They're going to get stunned now whenever we pin them, which was always. The base duration for Endurance, Frenzy, and Power Charges is now 15 seconds, previously 20. I guess this kind of makes sense because on the tree, there are passive trees that increases this, and there is no reason to get it because 20 was fine. So reducing this is fine. I guess it slightly incentivized people to spec into it, but I never saw it a problem. Like when I was mapping, I would get my charges and consume them way before 15 seconds. And if you're taking 15 seconds to reach the next pack, like you might want to get more movement speed. I don't know. Fully broken armor now causes enemies to take 20% increased physical damage from hits. Ooh, this is a really nice change here. Fully broken armor now causes enemies to take 25%. So I'm thinking just the builds that I've played. So in that same Bone Storm build, we break armor. Right, one of the nodes in the passive tree allows us to break armor with crits. And now whenever we break all of their armor, when we've removed it, they just take 20% increased physical damage from hits. This is actually pretty big. Now, I'm wondering if this is multiplicative. I hope it's not just giving you... Because it's saying take. They take 20%. It's the same thing with like shock. Monsters take increased damage. So this is actually pretty massive for the Bone Storm build we played. Wow. So I'm happy with it's like Bone Storm, the Bone Storm build we made. All of these 3 points right here affect it for the better. I mean, this one's kind of whatever, but the other two really going to help it out. All right, revivable minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. Okay, this only applies to newly summoned units, not minions that have just revived. Okay, I don't play a whole lot of minion builds, so I don't know if this was a big deal or not. I wouldn't be able to tell you. And Ancestral Boosted Slam now has 30% more damage and 20% more area effect. Previously 20. I'm sure everyone's happy on this one. This is just getting your warriors out there that were playing all this slam builds more damage and more area effect. You love to see it. Persistent minions granted by Ascendancy passive skills will now automatically be summoned when you allocate the passive for the first time. Wait, what? I just went right over my head. Persistent minions granted by Ascendancy passive skills. Are there... What minions do you get from the Ascendancy? Oh, the dog, right? The Infernalist has that dog, the burning dog? Okay. Players and monsters now only count as moving while moving. Huh? Players and monsters now only count as moving while moving. Why would you count as moving when you're not moving rather than the whole length of many animations that have some movement during some part of them? Okay. I don't know if this was ever a problem. What is this aimed at? Just the way it's worded is weird. Players and monsters now only count as moving while moving. I feel like, yeah, they should only count as moving while they're moving. I guess there was a bug or some way it was coded where you would count as moving when you weren't moving. Okay. Setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation, setting your life to 1, or Blood Magic, setting your mana to 0, now occurs before conversion. Is it applied to the stat rather than being ignored by conversion? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Is this what let me read this again, because this is a massive change if I think I just read it the way I did. Setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation, setting your life to 1, or Blood Magic, setting your mana to 0, now occurs before conversion. No! Oh, okay, so... You know, whenever you take Chaos Inoculation and you made your health 1 and you wanted to get Energy Shield on like mana builds so that you use like the Ghost Wraith, for example, and it converts your health into Energy Shield. I think what this is saying is currently, before this patch coming out, you were able to have your life set to 1 and the conversion happened before. So you would still get the percentage of your health before, as if you didn't have Chaos Inoculation, and you would get that Energy Shield. if I'm reading this correctly, now they're changing the way that Chaos Inoculation and Blood Magic, how it works. So the conversion is going to be applied to the stat before the conversion. So I don't think you're going to be able to use Ghost Wraith anymore to get Fat Energy Shield when you are CI. That's huge. I wonder if it's going to make the helmet even more desirable, or the amulet. I forget what they're called. Because you can get Energy Shield based on your mana value. That's still available. And then you got that helmet that gives you shield based on your life. Oh no, even that, the conversion happens afterwards. That's not going to give you any Energy Shield either. Ooh, those are some pretty big implications. Wow. That's going to suck. Sorry, guys. I know we had builds we were using that, so this is going to hurt a ton, man. So basically, if you're taking CI, you better be packing an insane amount of mana. Or not take... I'm thinking, no, you have to take mana. Okay, it's going to be weird. All right, Ascendancy Changes for the Titan. All right, here we go. People are going to start getting... All right, Titan. The Surprising Strength Ascendancy notable passive now provides 50% more damage against heavy stun enemies, previously 40. This is needed, obviously. I don't even know if this is a big enough increase. All of you Titans out there, you got to let me know. The Earthbreaker Ascendancy notable passive provides 25% chance to slam skills. You use yourself to cause aftershocks, previously 20. So just a very slight increase. That's fine. Again, I think because I don't see a lot of these builds, I imagine these values are not enough to get them to see play like in any substantial amount. So I would have just raised them even higher, like to incentivize more people to come try these out. But okay. Warbringer, the Warcaller below Ascendancy passive skill now causes Warcries to explode corpse, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage, instead of providing corpses in your presence explode when you Warcry. That's a massive change. Dealing 25% of their life as physical damage. Yeah, this is way better. So now, whenever you Warcry, your radius around you, the corpse that you hit, that corpse now has a radius exploding for 25. So essentially, it works like Detonate Dead now. Instead of popping a corpse and the damage happens around you. That's massive. I suspect there's going to be a lot more builds using Warcry. I mean, the people that were using it and then gave up on it, I'm sure they're going to come back and use it again. Interesting. That's great. Because there's a ton of gems, jewels that give increase to Warcry, and passive tree points that give stuff to Warcry. So this is nice. This is good. The Turtle Charm Ascendancy passive skill now has 25% less block chance, previously 35. I don't know if this was OP or not, so I don't have an input on this one. The Encase in Jade skill has been reworked. It now consumes all stacks of Jade to grant guard based off your maximum life for each Jade stack consumed. I never played this skill, but if you're constantly at your max health, and it grants guard, maybe this is good. It's kind of like having overcapped health, kind of, because guard has a timer on it, so it'll just fade off if you don't use it. So maybe this is good. The Ancestral Spirit skill granted by the Answered Call Ancestry passive skill now has minions from this skill have 1% increased accuracy rating per 3% of your dexterity, and minion from the skill have 1% increased damage per 3% of your strength. Okay. This is just good changes, I think. The minions granted by this skill have the following changes. Okay, so the Ancestral Jadecaster's pinning skill has had its cooldown lowered to 10 seconds per 15, so you'll be able to cast it more often. This is just a buff, right? Ancestral Jade Hulk damage now has 300% more stun buildup, previously 2, another buff there. The Warcaller's Bellow buff from the Ancestral Warhorn now grants 10 rage on hit, previously 5, another buff, 20% increased skill speed, previously 10. So it's like just doubling all these values. I don't play this, so I don't know if this is going to make it so the build is viable or not. Was it this bad that it needed values to get doubled? Maybe. The Paua Shell aura from the Ancestral Spirit Turtle now grants nearby allies 80% increased defenses, previously 50. That's a lot of defenses. and 40% increased block chance previously. That's a lot. That's a lot of defenses. I don't think I've ever had someone give me this. I'm not sure if you only use this because like you're playing with minions. But if this is, it's all allies, that's a lot of defenses, huh? That's interesting. All right, Gemling Legionnaire. I hope it says burn them into the ground, but it's not going to. So, the enhanced effectiveness Ascendancy passive skill now grants 20% less attributes. I don't think 20% less attributes is enough. Like, they're still going to be good. It's still, I mean, I guess nobody wants to get nerfed into the ground. This is a nerf, but I don't think it's a big enough nerf to incentivize anyone to stop playing Legionnaire. Let's see. The integrated efficiency Ascendancy passive skill has swapped position with Gem Studded. It no longer provides plus 3 skill slots. Instead, it now causes skills to gain 20% increased damage per socketed red gem. Skills gain 6% increased skill speed per socketed green. And skills gain 20% increased crit chance per socketed blue. Okay, what? No longer provides plus 3 skill slots and instead gives you stats. Okay. I don't know how insane or bad this is. Do people really need the plus 3 slots? I admittedly never played Gemling Legionnaire because I was just disgusted at how good it was. So I don't know how big of an effect this is. The implanted gem's ascendancy passive skill no longer provides +1 to level of all skills. Instead, it provides a choice between +2 to level of all skills with a strength requirement, +2 to level of all skills with a dex requirement, or +2 to level of all skills with an intelligence. Wait, this got a buff? Instead of giving you +1, it's not going to give you +2? And the whole point of Gemling Legionnaire is to get stats, so it's going to be easy for you to get this? Wait. Huh? Were people just not using this passive tree? So they're like, all right, this is double the amount of skills that you get? You know, whoever's using Gemling Legionnaire, could you explain this to me? Is this like a good or bad thing? It seems like a good thing. Okay. Witchhunter. The No Mercy Ascendancy passive skill now causes you to deal up to 40% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration. This is just a buff. Again, I don't play Witchhunter, so I don't know how big of a deal this is. The Obsessive Ritual Ascendancy passive skill node provides 35% less armor and evasion rating, previously 50. So big nerf here. The Sorcery Ward Barrier recharges delay has also been reduced by 2 seconds at the gem levels. Okay. You know what sucks? Whenever I see nerfs to like classes that no one plays, I just think why? Was just like a small number of players abusing this or something? I don't know. Alright, Deadeye. Okay, here's something I do know. The Thrilling Chase Ascendancy passive skill now provides when you consume frenzy charges, you count as having consumed twice as many. Previously 50% chance as described a different way. Okay, hold on, what? When you consume a frenzy charge, you count as having consumed twice as many. Okay. I don't think any builds that I played got increased benefits when consuming a charge. So none of the builds that I've used, this is going to affect it in any way, shape, or form. But maybe there's builds out there that got increases based on how many it got consumed. So, cool. For Pathfinder, the Running Assault Ascendancy passive skill now grants 50% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving, previously 30. Wow, this is huge. You know why I think they did this is because now they have that Roa that you could just hop on, and it makes it so that you have no movement speed penalty. And so they're like, all right, well, everyone's just going to use the Roa. Why would you want to be Pathfinder for this? So this is kind of cool because it kind of incentivizes you to be Pathfinder if you want to use channeling skills. Because so if you get 50% less movement speed on this one and you get 30% from the gem, now you're getting closer to 100. It's not going to be as annoying to play channeling skills. Will that incentivize player to play more channeling skills? Maybe. But if you can just channel on the Roa, you're just going to do that. I know it'll help builds that cast a lot. Like I play an Ember Fusillade build and I'm casting a ton, and I was thinking maybe I play it on Pathfinder, so I don't feel my cast timer as much. I can move more freely. But I'm playing it on Deadeye, and I have increased movement speed, so I don't really feel it that much. But I don't know. This just seems good for people that use it. The Connected Chemistry Ascendancy passive skill has been removed. Okay. Instead, Enduring Elixirs no longer has a prerequisite. Okay. Added a new multi-choice Practical Remedies Ascendancy passive skill that provides the ability to allocate Grounding Stick, Dowsing Vial, or Thawing Campfire, which provide immunity to shock, immunity to ignite, and immunity to... What? Let me read that again. Added a new multi-choice Practical Remedies Ascendancy passive skill that provides the ability to allocate Grounding Stick, Dowsing Vial, or Thawing Campfire, essentially giving you the ability to gain immunity to one of these ailments? Holy God. So if you're Pathfinder, you no longer have to deal with freeze. Whoo, wow, you lucky bastards. If you're Pathfinder, you're loving these right here. You're loving these buffs. So now you throw on your stun charm, you're freeze immune, and you're just golden, pony boy. You're running out there. That's wonderful. You love to hear that if you're Pathfinder. Added a new Sustainable Practices Ascendancy passive skill, which provides 30% of evasion rating, also grants elemental damage reduction. Requires Practical Remedies. I mean, you're going to take Practical Remedies, and then it's just going to give you damage reduction on top of that? I mean, elemental damage reduction? Wow. Yeah, you're taking this, right? If you're taking this, you're probably going to take this. Unless you're going to give up damage for it, then okay, you won't. I mean, this is a buff. Pathfinders are happy, I think. Acolyte of Chayula. I better read something insane because no one's playing this. The Embrace of Darkness Ascendancy passive skill now provides +8 to maximum darkness per level, previously 5. I mean, this is good for them. The Ravenous Doubt Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides Mana Leech's instant. Instead, it provides Mana Leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical damage. Okay. Honor lost. There it is. There it is. Honor lost during the Trial of Sekhmet is now taken before the Acolyte of Chayula's darkness. No more cheesing the Trial of Sekhmet, boys. Yep. That's all you needed to hear. So earlier in the patch notes, it said that no more getting through parts of trials with like teleport mechanics and stuff like that, or jump mechanics. And now they're saying that no more cheesing the one-hit relic to acquire the Temporalis by using the Chayula, the darkness. So you would take the darkness damage before taking the honor, essentially being able to still get hit and not, lose out on the one-hit relic. So you'd still be able to acquire your Temporalis. So this is massive. You know what sucks is a lot of people aren't playing the Acolyte of Chayula. This was like their one niche where it was seeing play, and they just got taken it away from it. I mean, it needed to get removed, right? Let's be honest. But I mean, I'm happy that this happened, but I'm sure the people that did it all this season are a little bit sad here. It just means that the difficulty to acquire it is going to skyrocket, and along with that, the price, I'm guessing. All right, so the Invoker, and Protect Me from Harm Ascendancy passive now provides 50% less evasion rating, previously 4. Okay. The Lead Me Through Grace Ascendancy passive skill now provides 1 spirit for every 8 energy shield on equipped body armor, previously 6. And 1 spirit for every 20 evasion rating on equipped body armor, previously 15. Okay, so slight buffs there. The Elemental Expression skill granted by the Scatter Them to the Winds Ascendancy passive skill now deals 40% more damage at all Gemma levels. Okay, so slight little improvements there. Blood Mage, there we go, something I play. The Blood Barb's Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides 10% of damage gained as extra physical damage. Okay. It now causes bleeding you inflict on cursed targets to become aggravated. Wow. That is fantastic. With all the new bleeding stuff you're going to get, and your ability to make the attack be... oh, wait. No. It doesn't work, because it only works on spells. I mean, you're going to go Blood Mage if you're trying to make a big giant bleed build. Because if you're not aware, aggravated, if a target is moving, you're doing double damage. The target takes 100% more damage. So if the target is aggravated, it's just a damage increase. This is massive. This is actually pretty big. Because there's a lot of bosses that don't even move. They just like stand still and cast at you, right? So now when you're fighting bosses, your bleed is going to be more effective. It's just, I think, flat out great for builds that want to use bleed. Because nobody was using this anyways. Nobody took 10% damage as Fizz. No one was taking that. So now, with all the new bleed builds, there'll be a reason to take this. Added a new Between the Cracks Ascendancy passive skill that causes critical hits to ignore monster armor. Wait, huh? Added a new Between the Cracks Ascendancy passive skill that causes critical hits to ignore monster armor. Huh, does this affect any of the builds we use? I don't think so. Because we use a passive node on the tree when we're playing, like, for example, we play Bone Cage, we play Bone Storm, and we remove the armor with crits. So I'm thinking, why would we want the crits to ignore armor? I don't know if this is good or not. I mean, for the builds that I've played, instead of having to remove armor for them to deal its full damage, now you're just ignoring them on crit. I don't know how practical this is, like if people are going to be using this. Obviously, if you're using a spell skill that ignores monster armor, it's good when you crit. But I don't know how much better it is than the passive point we already have to remove armor. Because if I'm throwing a Bone Storm and the target has no armor now, like, am I really going to use an Ascendancy point to remove armor on crit or ignore armor on crit if I'm already removing all of the target's armor, like after one Bone Storm? I don't know. I like the aggravated bleeding on cursed enemies. I think this will see play for sure. I don't know if this will see play. Maybe if you're doing Bone Cage, because you don't hit the target as many times. Maybe? I don't know. Alright, Infernalist. The demon form skill granted by the demonic possession ascendancy passive skill now has a cooldown of 15 seconds. Previously 20. Okay, so the cooldown has been lowered. And a maximum demon flame of 10, previously uncapped. Okay. So now you can only get up to 10 demon flame? The demon form skill granted by demonic possession ascendancy now has a cooldown of 15 and a maximum demon flame of 10. So, you know how many builds I've seen, or I shouldn't say seen, heard of, like people play or tell me about, that they're like, oh, I've got 1,000,000 demon flame and now I can do a ton of damage. I'm so happy. Now they're going to be capped at 10? That's a massive nerf to them. You now lose a flat amount of life per second per demon flame, scaling with skill level rather than a percentage of your maximum life. The dodge roll while in demon form has its distance reduced. That was like one of the main selling points of being demon, right? You're just flying across the map, dodging everywhere. And now they've taken that from you. You're not happy. You're definitely not happy with this one. That sucks. The Seething Body Ascendancy passive skill now has, while on high Infernal Flame, you and your allies in your presence gain 50% of damage as fire. Previously, that's massive. That's just big. I thought 20 was too low to begin with. So now you're just straight up going to have 50% more damage as fire. That's great. You're using it. I mean, all your minions are not going to hit harder. You guys are, I guess you got hit with a pretty big nerf here. You're getting something in return here. Too bad they're for different builds. The Grinning Immolation Ascendancy passive skill now provides 50% more critical damage bonus. Okay, that's good. There's just more critical damage bonus. You'll take that every time. That's actually a lot. Is this a more crit damage multiplier? That'd be insane, right? No, it has to be additive. There's no way. The Pyromantic Pact Ascendancy passive now causes 50% of Infernal Flame to be lost per second if none was gained in the past 2, previously 10%. Okay, so you lose a lot more Infernal Flame. I don't know if this is good or not. I never played this Infernal Flame stuff, so you gotta let me know. The Bringer of Flame Ascendancy passive skill now causes all damage from you and allies in your presence to contribute to Ignite chance and magnitude. Instead of providing, while not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and allies in your presence contributes to Ignite chance and magnitude. No longer required Pyromantic Pact. Okay. I don't have anything for you on that one. I don't play Infernalist here. The Loyal Hellhound Ascendancy passive no longer causes 20% of the damage from hits to be taken from your Hellhound life before you. What? You guys are getting hit this season, man. You no longer get 20% damage reduction while your Hellhound is alive. That sucks. Now, it just says life. Can it just take damage in general? Like, what if you have Energy Shield? Can it still take that damage? Or is it just you're not getting any damage reduction, period? I don't know. The Master Darkness Ascendancy passive skill now grants Demon Flame has no maximum... Oh, okay. So up here, they're capping it. And over here, you can now add a point where you can make it uncapped. Demon Flame has no maximum. Okay. So you guys are not getting nerfed into the ground. Okay. The Small Mana Ascendancy passive skill now provides 3% increased maximum mana, previously 4. Slight nerf. After allocating the Pyromantic Pact Ascendancy passive skill, you will now have at least one maximum Infernal Flame, even with 100% reduced maximum mana. There was some cheese happening where you can reduce your mana to 100%. And now it's saying that even with 100% reduced, you're still going to have at least one maximum Infernal Flame. I don't know what this means for builds that we're abusing that. I don't know if it bricks your build, but that's something that you're going to want to know. Using Blink while in demon form now plays an appropriate animation instead of landing to blink. Yeah. I'm curious what that animation is. You know what's funny, though, is they had to add an animation for Blink because they nerfed your ability to dodge roll across the entire map now. So they're like anticipating, oh, people are no longer going to dodge everywhere, so now they're going to equip Blink. So we got to give it an animation for it. Why nerf it? Just let them fly across the map, man. I don't know. We'll see how many people play Infernalist with Demon Form now. All right, Chronomancer. This one they said they're going to give some buffs to, so I'm excited here. The Circular Heartbeat Ascendancy passive skill has been removed, and Rapid River no longer has a prerequisite. Okay, what are we getting instead? The Quicksand Hourglass Ascendancy passive skill now grants every 10 seconds, gain 50% more cast speed for 5 seconds. Previously 12 seconds. Okay. I'm guessing the 12 seconds was for the 10. Okay, yeah. Respectively, okay. Every 12, gain 50% more cast speed for every 4. Okay, so you're going to be able to get this buff more frequently from every 10 seconds. No, from every 12 to 10, so 2 seconds earlier. You're still going to get the same cast speed, but now you're going to get it for longer, right? You're going to get it for 5 seconds instead of 4. Is overall improvement. I don't know how great this is. It sounds like an overall increase per second. So maybe you just take this. Next one is added a new Flood of Echoes Ascendancy passive skill that grants the Unleashed skill. Huh? What? Added a new Flood of Echoes Ascendancy passive skill that grants the Unleashed skill. Okay, so how am I reading this? Does it mean like when you open up your gem slots, is it going to put Unleashed there as a skill? But I thought Unleashed was a support skill. A support gem, not a skill itself. Or does it mean that all of your gems now act like if they have Unleash? So they're going to get sent out 1 or 2 times depending on your how many charges you have at a reduced damage? Wait a minute. This could be interesting. How is this going to be? How is this going to work? Now I'm curious because this makes a lot of things really interesting. Huh. Okay, we're going to keep it on our radar. Once we get in the game, we'll test that. I was thinking about making a Chronomancer this season. Okay. Stormweaver. The Force of Will Ascendancy passive skill now provides 1% increased effect of Arcane Surge on you per 25 maximum mana, previously 15. Ooh, okay, so this is just less Arcane Surge, right? You now have to have more maximum mana for lesser effect, or the same effect, rather. So it'll end up being, you'll have a lesser effect of it. The Scouring Winds Ascendancy passive skill now causes exposure you inflict to lower the effective resistance by an additional 12, previously 20. That sucks. That was a big source of damage for exposure. Maybe it was just too good. I don't know. Is 20 that crazy? Because the baseline is already 20, right, for exposure, and it was saying an additional 20. Was that I forget. Was it a increased 20% or just a flat additive 20%, making it 40? If it was that, then I understand why bringing it on 12. I actually don't remember. The Strike Twice Ascendancy notable passive no longer provides 50% less shock duration. Instead, it now provides 25% less magnitude of shock you inflict. What? We don't want less magnitude. Okay, we get double shocks, but now 25% less magnitude. That sucks. Alright, the Small Mana Ascendancy passive skill no longer provides 4% increased maximum mana, and now provides 12% increased mana regen. That sucks. Stormweaver likes to have lots of mana for all those spark builds. So now you get 4% reduced, or now you can't get 4% increased maximum mana. Yeah, this sucks. So just small nerfs here. I mean, well, maybe some big nerfs. I said small nerfs. No, just nerfs. Nerfs all around. Sorry, Stormweavers. That includes myself. Although I play it a lot different. All right, passive skill tree changes. I imagine this is going to be big. Dude, we have a lot to go still. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God. All right, get ready for this one. Passive skill tree changes. With the addition of the Huntress and other new game mechanics, we've added passive support for these throughout this passive skill tree. There are many new clusters, mostly in the Hunter Ranger area of the tree, and many existing passive skills have been updated. Wow, now you're getting me excited. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcibly refunded if you had allocated nodes around the areas where the layout changed. Yeah, they said when you log in, if you're playing standard like non-league, you're going to get a free reset on your passive tree. That way, you know, if it's going to impact your build and break it completely, you'll be able to change things. Okay, so they added new blind-related clusters. Cool. I don't use it on any builds, so it doesn't mean anything for me. Added new volatility-related clusters. Okay. Added new ranged and melee clusters. Damn, I don't play range. I just play spellcasters. That, and I want to start playing more minions. Added new hazards-related clusters. What are hazards? Okay. Added new companion-related clusters. That makes sense because I have beasts. Added new presence, radius, and aura-related clusters. This makes sense because they nerfed your aura down. Your presence was 6 meters now, 6 meters. Now it's 4. So now you're going to have to spec it. If you want increased presence radius, you're going to have to spec into it. That sucks. It says aura related, so I'm guessing this is going to affect blasphemy aura. So now if you want to be an aura bot or rarity bot, you're going to be taking these now. Which I guess for those builds didn't matter anyways. Like, if you're going to play that type of character, you're going to invest in the things that allow you to do that. So I guess that's fine. Added new parry related clusters. This makes sense. Parry's new. Added new banner related clusters. I'm interested in how good banners get if you're able to draw multiple banners, and what the clusters do. Added new bleeding related clusters. This is interesting. I wonder. I know. There's a lot of like Huntress stuff with bleeding, but I'm interested how it's going to affect Blood Mage because I play Blood Mage. I'm interested in those blood. The bleeding is going to give us a reason to play bleeding with the physical spell skills. We have Bone Cage. We have the bone spell that no one uses on a wand, and then we have Bone Spear, right? So I'm interested how the aggravated bleeding will work. If I throw a Bone Storm at it and I hit them for a bajillion damage, am I now going to have... what am I going to get on the passive tree to make that even better is what I'm asking. Because if I'm able to make like 100% magnitude of bleed and then make the bleeding aggravated, it could be good. Added new thorns related clusters. Who's using thorns, guys? Are there guys out there with a ton of armor with a shield putting thorns on? I think I've seen a video of a guy do that actually. Or are they throwing thorns on minions? I think thorns as just a concept is kind of boring. Okay, added a new quiver related cluster. Cool. Added a new Crimson Assault Keystone passive skill to the southeast of the Ranger and the Huntress starting location. Crimson Assault causes bleeding you afflict to be aggravated. Aw, don't say that. Crimson, it causes the bleeding you inflict to be aggravated. So then why are we playing Blood Mage then? You're just going to give the Ascendancy as a keynote? A keynotable? That sucks. And base bleeding duration to be 1 second. Oh, okay. So you get bleeding is aggravated, but it makes the duration be 1 second. That sucks. Ooh. Then why do you want bleeding then? Wait, is this bad? Just bad period? I don't know. I don't know because you're gonna be there's the new blood little crystal build, right? They're gonna be hitting a target, making it bleed, and then immediately pop it to make a bunch of crystals. So maybe the 1 second will allow you to get that aggravated so the bleed damage is more, making the crystals have a higher damage value when you pop them. Maybe that's what that's for. Okay. Added a new Trusted Kinship Keystone passive skill to the southeast of the Ranger and Huntress starting location. Trusted Kinship allows you to have 2 companions of different types, causing companions to have +1 to each defense for every 2 of the defense you have, and also causes you to have 30% less defenses. So you can now have 2 companions. I imagine you're taking that, right? Depending on how good the companions are, having 2 of them, I imagine, is going to be amazing. Huh. At the cost of 30% less defenses. I wonder if that's too big of a loss. I don't know. All right, next. The following notable passive skills have been removed. You will no longer be able to instill them, but existing ones will still function. Break focus, hold focus, lasting concoctions, no escape, pin down, and potent concoctions. Interesting. So if you use these, you're no longer going to be able to have them. Okay. 12 jewel sockets have been removed from the passive tree. Ooh, that sucks. Existing characters with jewels in these removed sockets can reclaim their jewels in their main inventory with the new /reclaim jewels chat command. Oh my goodness. You guys, everybody needs to be aware of this command. So they've removed sockets, jewel sockets, and if you had jewels in them, when you log into those characters that had them, they're just going to be disappeared. So you have to be aware of this. And the only way you're going to be able to reclaim them and have them back in your inventory is by opening up the chat command and then typing in /reclaim jewels. That's big. Imagine you didn't know that, you didn't read, and then you just lost your jewels. That would suck. The acrobatic keystone passive skill now grants 75% less evasion rating, previously 70. Okay, that's even worse now. I guess it's a trade-off, right? If you want to be able to dodge everything, you have to have your evasion heavily nerfed. The Eldritch Battery Keystone passive skill now has the additional property of doubles mana cost. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, so the Eldritch Battery Keystone is the one that makes it so that you convert your ES, your gear, the energy shield on your gear, into mana. But now it's going to double the cost of your mana? They did say in an interview that they're lowering the mana cost of skill gems. I forget the percentages. It's from 12 to 9 per level. So I don't know if it's going to be as impactful. Because I know right now, if you like, there are some gems that cost, like at level 21, with plus to all your skill gems, like when you're level 33, 35 and stuff. There's some skill gems that cost me 600 to use. And if we're doubling the mana cost, can you imagine casting a spell that costs 1200 mana? Like, even if you had 6k mana, you're Jesus, man. I wonder what the implications are going to be to builds. Is this going to be that big of a deal? I imagine it's going to suck, for sure. Okay, well. The Giant's Blood Keystone passive skill now has triple attribute requirements of martial weapons. This previously only affected axes, maces, and swords, but was described as weapons. The Giant's Blood Keystone passive skill has triple attribute requirement. Wasn't it double? Now it's going to be triple? Huh. That sucks. I don't know. The Cat-like Agility Notable passive skill now has... wait. The Cat-like Agility Notable passive skill now provides 40% increased evasion rating if you dodge recently. Previously 25. I mean, cool. So you have increased evasion rating if you've dodge rolled recently. Is it going to make you want to constantly dodge roll for that increased evasion? I don't know. Probably not. But it's cool that you have it. The Falcon Dive Technique Notable passive skill now grants 1% increased attack speed per 25. Previously per 15 dexterity. Yeah. You think? Okay, this is a big nerf to all of the stat stacking Gemling Legionnaires and all your monks, all your staff, your Pillar of the Cage Gods going crazy across the map. This is a pretty big reduction here, right? Going from 25 dex to 15, or I'm sorry, from 15 to 25. Are you still going to be fast? Yes. You just won't be as nutty. You're still going to play it. It's still going to be good. It's just not going to be as crazy. It's still going to be crazy. I don't know if that's enough of a nerf. I didn't play that build because it just looked too OP. So I don't think this is enough to matter. I think people are still going to use it. So I don't know. The Freedom of Movement Notable passive skill now provides 10% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills. Previously 30 evasion rating if you dodge rolled recently. Okay. The Freedom of Movement Notable passive skill now provides 10% reduced from using skills. Okay. I don't remember using this. Alright, the Heavy Buffer Notable passive skill now grants 5% of damage taken bypasses energy shield instead of 10% reduced maximum life. What's the Heavy Buffer Notable? I don't think I used that. Now grants 5% damage taken bypasses energy shield. Huh. The Icebreaker Notable passive skill now grants additional free threshold equals to 50% of maximum energy shield, previously 100. No! Why, dude? This was like the sleeper, like amazing node that like a lot of people didn't take, but it was so good, man. Oh my goodness. I mean, you're still going to take it. If you don't want to get frozen, you still use Icebreaker. This is, yeah, man. This was so good. I mean, if you're an ES build and you already have like 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 energy shield, 50% of that is still going to be really good, right? Especially if you've got a jewel that makes it so you don't have to take all the notables leading up to it. You can just get it. This might be something this will impact builds. I just don't know how much. Next one. The Mana Blessing Notable passive skill no longer has 5% increased maximum mana and now provides 20% increased mana regen. They are really nerfing maximum mana builds. They got 4% away from the Stormweaver's Ascendancy. They're taking away 5% off of the Mana Blessing. So... wow, so less ways to get more maximum mana. That's 4% or 9% maximum mana nerf so far. Plus the double mana cost on Eldritch Battery. Okay, the Master Fletching Notable passive skill now provides 20% increased bonus gains from a quick quiver. Previously 30. Okay, so you get nerfed there. The two small passive skills prior now have values of 6, previously 10, while the two passive skills after now provide 20% increased chance to inflict ailments with projectiles or 15% increased projectile stun buildup. I don't play bow build, so I don't know how annoying this is. It's obviously a nerf. I just don't know how bad it is. The Pile On notable passive skill now grants 30% increased armor break debuff effect instead of its previous effect. I don't remember what the previous effect was, but breaking armor, having 30% increased break armor debuff effect is like, okay. I don't know a whole lot of builds that were chasing armor break to begin with, so having 30% more is like, I guess cool if you use it, but I don't know that's going to do anything. The Polymath notable passive skill now grants 7% increased attributes, previously 10. Okay, so just bringing down stats in general. So a nerf there if you're trying to stack stats. The Raw Mana notable passive skill now provides 8% increased maximum mana, previously 12. Okay, so if we're doing the math, it was 9. This is going to be an additional 4, so we're at 13% reduction and maximum mana being able to get gained so far. This is on the passive tree. The Spaghettification notable passive skill now grants plus 13 to all attributes instead of 7% increased attributes. This is going to make it so that like no one's going to be taking Spaghettification for the sole reason of stacking attributes. It also now provides, oh, you know, this is a massive hit. You know what I wonder? If items that already exist are going to get retrograded, or are they going to stay as they are, or are they going to be changed? Because there are so many people that have gotten their Astramentuses and then applied the Spaghettification as an enchant, and then hit it with the Vol Orb, so you can't change it anymore. So and they're gonna be mad because they obviously, the whole reason why they put Spaghettification on there was because they wanted the increased attributes. So I wonder if it's gonna stay at 7% and then just new items are gonna be at 13. Because if it works the other way, it's gonna suck, man. It's gonna devalue your item like crazy. It also now provides minus 7% chaos resistance, previously minus 13. That's a nice change. Having the minus to chaos resistance early kind of sucked, especially for chaos builds that were using this, so that's great. The Split the Earth notable passive skill now has 10% chance for Mace Strike skills you use yourself to cause aftershocks. That's great. Dealing the same damage to enemies within 1.8 meters area previously. Okay, yeah, this is great. People are taking that. It's only a 10% chance, but if it's going to basically double your damage when you proc it, you're taking it, right? I mean, I don't think aftershocks is double damage, but you know what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna get more damage, you might want this, especially like if you're an aftershock build. The Unhindered notable passive skill now provides 12% reduced movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. Previously increased 3% movement speed. One of the slow effects on you small passive skills in the cluster has also been updated to provide 8% reduced movement speed penalty. The Unhindered notable passive now provides 12% reduced movement penalty. So it used to be only 3%. So now you get 12% reduced movement speed penalty. I wonder if you use this, and I believe the Pathfinder also got a buff to this. They have a 50% reduced movement speed penalty. And then you put on some more reduced movement speed penalty. I wonder if you can get it to 100 so that you don't... Every time you use a skill or an attack, you just don't get stopped at all. You just constantly move at full speed. I'm wondering if you're going to be able to achieve that. This might be interesting here. The Unwavering Stance Keystone passive skill no longer has your stun threshold is doubled. Instead, it now has cannot be light stunned. Huh. That kind of sucks. I think you want your stun threshold is doubled, right? Because you don't want to get stunned, period. I guess now you can't be light stun, so the only thing you can get is prime for heavy stun. I don't know what the implications are of this. I just imagine this a nerf, but I don't know if it's a slight buff. The small attack damage with nearby ally passive tree in the Killer Instinct cluster has been replaced with another small passive skill providing 10% increased damage. I imagine people like to have increased damage, so this is probably good. I just don't know what they lost in exchange. Small passive skills that previously provided 8% increased effect of auras from your aura skills now have values of 5. Yikes. It's going to be harder to get like screen-wide presence in aura now. Notable passive skills that provided 20% increased effective auras from your aura skills now have values of 12. Yikes, man. That's going to suck. I wonder if this is going to indirectly nerf... what is it? Skill? Chaos Blast. Because with Chaos Blast... Oh my god. This might have killed Chaos Blast now that I think about it. Because with Chaos Blast... I don't know if you know what it is, but it's a spell that needs enemies to be cursed, and then it consumes the curse, and then it had a little explosion. But now, like the way you were playing that was Blasphemy, and then you would apply whatever curse you wanted to, right? The enemies would get cursed, and then you'd blast them. But now you have, instead of a 6% presence, now you got a 4%, and now they're reducing all of the increased effect radius of your auras down. So is it going to make it... It was already bad. I mean, I thought it was bad. That's why I stopped playing it. I imagine if it's so small now, where you're only going to be able to kill enemies that are like 3 inches away from your character, that's going to suck. I wonder if everybody that plays Chaos Blast, let me know if this is going to just murder your build. That sucks. Clarified the wording of Iron Grip and Iron Will Keystone effects. Okay. So no changes, just change the wording there. Skill changes. Here we go. All right, hopefully we roll a 20 here. Many skills have had their base damage and or damage growth per level rebalanced. Most of these changes are not specifically mentioned below as the changes are too widespread. Okay. The mana cost for all attacks, marks, and war cries has been reduced, most notably at higher gem laders. Why wasn't this done for spells? I thought it was for everything. I mean, you didn't say that during the tavern, but oh man, it's not for spells. Doesn't say spells. I mean, good for you guys. Congrats. Adjusted minion damage and life scaling. General. Oh no, not life scaling. This is the one I care about. The damage part I don't care. What the life scaling is, I hope they don't run it into the ground. General damage and life is the same early game, but lower than before at higher levels, especially past gem level 20 plus. Ooh, you guys got nerfed hard. That's going to suck. I wonder how much this is going to impact it. I know there's a few builds that uses life scaling that I used. I don't know how big of an impact it's going to have for everybody that's using the frost minions, the archer minions. So this is probably going to suck for you. Adjusted the target life threshold for a skeletal arsonist's explosive demise skill accordingly with the life scaling changes. Okay. That's whatever. Adjusted skeletal cleric's heal life scaling accordingly. Okay, so they probably don't want to keep the heal the same because now the minions have a lower health value, so they're just gonna like heal them to full on one cast. Whatever, man. I mean, let the clerics heal them all the way up in one cast. Who cares? I don't know that everyone's using clerics anyways. Give people a reason to just spam clerics. I don't know. Arc no longer. Oh no, Arc no longer deals more damage for each remaining chain. No, dude, that's how we were sleeper using this in our Blood Mage build, where we were using that gem that makes it so it doubles the amount of chains you have in it, and then adding more stuff on the tree that give you more chains. Oh, that sucks. And chains 6 to 8 times at gem levels 5 to 20, previously 2. Whoa, hold on. Arc no longer deals more damage for each remaining chain. Instead, and chain 6 to 8 times at gem levels 5 to 20. Okay, previously 2 to 5. What? And chain 6 to 8 times at gem levels 5 to 20. So we're getting more chains, right? But we're removing the fact that each additional chain, you get a more damage multiplier on it. Quality now provides 2% more damage for each remaining chain. Previously 5. So this is just a straight up nerf. This sucks, dude. Quality now provides 2% more damage for each remaining chain. So you used to have 5, now you have 2, and then they removed the multiplier for every additional chain you had left, or for every additional chain they hit the target. So your single target damage just dropped dramatically on Arc. Wow, that sucks, man. Because I wanted to do the Arc build again. Yikes. Well, alright, here comes Archmage. Archmage now causes non-channeling... Yes, dude. Oh my god, yes. Archmage now causes non... Oh, no, wait, no. I thought it's a channeling. I got excited there. Archmage now causes non-channeling spells to gain 3% of damage as extra lightning damage for each 100. Whoa, that's a big nerf. For each 100 maximum mana you have at all gem levels. Previously, 5 to 6% at gem levels 14 to 20. Holy moly, that's half. Non-channeling spells now cost an additional 6.1% of your maximum mana at gem levels 14 to 20. Previously 5. I know I have mine at level... wait. Yeah. Mine has like 4.9% because it's corrupted or whatever and has a +1. So this makes it so that you've got 1% additional mana cost. I think if you have corrupted, you're still going to be able to get this down to like 5.9. So it's 1% additional mana cost, which sucks because now if you're taking Eldritch Battery, your mana costs are doubled. So this is going to increase even more on top of that. And you got your damage nerfed by half. Well, that's a massive DPS loss to people that were just doing nothing but Archmage. Okay. Quality now provides 0 to 10% reduced reservation. Instead of granting non-channeling spells, gain 0 to 2% damage as extra lightning. Oh, wow. I nerfed it even more. Okay, so now instead of it costing you 100% spirit, just like cast on crit, it's not going to cost 10 less. At 90, spirit reservation, and you lost that 2% extra damage. So now you're just going to get at maximum, is it 6% now? No, just 3% at maximum. Archmage now causes non-channeling spells to gain 3% of damage as lightning for each 100. That is a huge damage loss. For comparison, if you corrupt it and you get the +1 with the lightning mastery gem on there, I believe the value goes up to 9%. Extra damage as lightning for every 100 maximum energy. Or I'm sorry, for every 100 maximum mana. This brings it down the value from 9 to 3. I was anticipating a 50% nerf, but a 66% nerf is disgusting. I wonder is Spark I imagine with high enough investment you'll still be able to wave clear your way through all the maps just using Spark. But I don't think it's going to be able to crush bosses anymore like that. I don't think it's going to have it. This has massive implications. So if you're a Spark build, you're probably going to use Spark to clear all the maps per usual. But then when you get to a boss, you might need to swap off to something else and do your boss damage otherwise. I think. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know how many people play Spark, but this value seems pretty egregious. I mean, maybe warranted because it's so good. But I was expecting a value of 5 here, or I mean, damn, 3. Okay, well, we'll see how how these builds are able to work or not. Armor Breaker has had the armor break amount lowered by roughly 20% at all gem levels. Okay. Artillery Ballista base physical damage scaling now matches that of other totems like Shock Totem and Ripwired Ballista. The Artillery Explosion now converts 100% of your physical damage as fire damage. Previously 90, so you got a little 10% boost there. Quality now provides 0 to 0.4 second to totem base attack time. Previously increased attack speed. Okay, so a little buff there for totems. If you're into totems, you're happy there. Ancestral Warrior Totem now explicitly states that it wields a two-handed mace to clarify that it benefits from your mace-related stats. Quality is now plus 2 seconds of totem duration, previously 0.4. Okay, so again, just getting some buffs to your totems out there. I don't know if there's a whole lot of people playing totems, so I guess if you're playing totems, you're happy here. Banner skills now have an aura radius of 4.5 meters, previously 4. This is nice because now aura radiuses are 4, so this is larger than your presence at least, and are now correctly considered aura skills. Yeah, kind of to match. Okay. Barrage repeats now deal 50% less damage at all levels, previously 23 to 15, so big hit there. 560 to 410 of repeated skills attack time is now added to the skills cooldown to a maximum of 30 seconds at gem levels 5 to 20. Quality now causes repeat skills to deal 0 to 5% more damage. So that's a big damage nerf right there if you were playing Barrage. If you look at these numbers here. Yep. Barrier Invocation now only builds energy from enemy hits to energy shield. Another massive nerf. There were Barrier Invocation... Here, I'll finish saying it before I'm going to say what I'm going to say. So, Barrier Invocation now only builds energy from enemy hits to energy shield, rather than all hits to energy shield. Barrier Invocation now grants 1 energy for each 10 energy shield lost to damage taken, previously 5. So now it's going to take more hit damage or more hits to proc or gain 1 energy of Barrier Invocation. But so what people were doing before with Barrier Invocation is doing self-inflicted damage. You would self-inflict damage, getting massive amounts of energy, and you'd be able to rain whatever spell you want. Usually it's Comet. And if I'm reading this correctly, it's making it say that if you're not taking hits from enemies, you're doing it yourself, you gain no energy. So that build is completely dead in the water. You're not doing that anymore. If I'm reading it correctly anyways. Bleeding Concoction now has 200% more magnitude of bleeding infliction. I'm actually excited to play all these bleeding builds, man. I don't know that I want to level a new Pathfinder. So I'm probably going to use the one I currently have. And then play around with all these different bleed builds. Bleed seems pretty good. 200% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted. And then you can go on the node and get the aggravated bleeding, causing it to deal an additional 100% damage. So it's going to be really good. And then with enough duration increases, maybe you can get that to 2 or 3 seconds. Making it so you can do like higher damage sooner. Maybe you can just like wave clear off of just bleed damage, period. That's just what I'm thinking. We'll have to wait and see. Blink is now a travel skill. Huh? Hasn't it always been a travel skill? Like I use it to traverse the map. Or does this mean something else? Blink is now a travel skill. What do you mean? Bone Blast now has a 40% chance to inflict bleeding on hit. Previously 20. Nobody is using Bone Blast. So, whatever. If you're not familiar with what Bone Blast is, I think it's that on a Bone Wand, it makes a little circle on the ground, and it did damage after it like popped, and this just makes it so it does 40% chance to inflict bleed instead of 20%. With all the new bleeding updates, maybe I want to revisit this spell. I just remember playing it and going, meh. So, I don't know if this does anything. Bone Storm's Shrapnel. Oh, no. No, don't touch my Bone Storm. Bone Storm's Shrapnel has become a general mechanic called Impale. Oh, okay. Similar to the Impale mechanic from Path of Exile 1. Hits that impale an enemy cause the next attack. Then the next attack hit against the enemy to gain added phys damage equal to 30% of the physical damage dealt by the impaling hit. Okay, but that's cool for people that are using Bone Storm as like a buff spell. You know, like you're playing like a bow or something, and then you hit the enemy with Bone Storm. He gets impaled, and you get 30% more damage of the physical damage dealt. Oh, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Okay, so let's read this again, and I'll tell you what I think is going to happen here. So hits that impale an enemy that cause the next attack hit against the enemy to gain added phys damage equal to 30% of the physical damage hit. So this is the important part here. So the way it currently works now is that if you look at the spell, it'll tell you that it just adds a flat amount of phys onto the attack. Doesn't have percentage. Like, so if you're a bow user that you don't have a high level bone spear, it doesn't matter. Whatever value on the bone spear, whatever it says, that flat damage is going to get added whenever you hit something. That's how you can get these insane numbers. But now, the phys damage that you add is not going to be a flat value. It's going to be equal to 30% of the physical damage that you deal by hitting the target. So if you don't have a ton of levels to your Bone Spear or your Bone Storm, and you're hitting for, I don't know, 300 damage or something like that, 200 damage, I mean, you're still you might still use it for the buff. It still might be good enough to use. It's just not going to be insane, right? Because you can get really, really high values by just having the spell, like get a Bone Storm Prism of Belief, the +3 on it, get a level 20 gem, get the +1 corruption on it, and now you're able to just buff all your physical attacks by using Bone Storm, and use it as like a buffing spell rather than like a damaging spell. So this makes it so that you actually have to do damage with the Bone Storm and get 30% of that damage if you want a higher value instead of just having a flat value. So it's going to affect those builds, not the people that are using Bone Storm to do damage. This is also going to affect your minion build. So if you were a minion build and you were using Bone Storm, like constantly casting on it to empower all of your minions to do more damage, like if you were using your Skeletal Warriors or your Brutes or the Arrow dudes, the Archers. So this is kind of a hit to you guys because you also were not scaling spells. So that kind of sucks for you guys indirectly. So there's that. Bone Storm now impales on hit instead of applying a specialized debuff, and has 200% more impale magnitude. Okay, this, holy shit. Excuse my language. Does this mean that if I'm playing the Bone Storm build, right, and my Bone Storm hits for like a bajillion, and I'm getting 30% of that as fizz damage when I impale on hit, if I've got a person on my team who's using an ability that is gonna consume the buff or the debuff, you're saying that the Bone Storm debuff, that the impale that I get, has a 200% more impale magnitude? Is that how I'm reading it? This is going to make me want to bring... Like, I was already playing with a monk player before, and whenever he would drop Bell and I throw a Bone Storm at it, like, the boss went from taking, like, little bits of damage to just dead instantly. So, this might make... If you have a player... If you've got a teammate that uses Bone Storm, this might make the buff that they give you better. Or at minimum as good. I imagine it's better because I can get my Bone Storm. My Bone Storm was hitting for like 7 to 9 million damage. So if you take 30% of that and you're giving me 20% impale magnitude, this might be insane, dude. Oh, what if I had little warrior skeletons on my Bone Storm build and they just walk up and slap the target if they've got this big giant impale debuff on them? I'm excited to try this now. I'm gonna have to revisit Bone Storm and play around with this. All right, cast on minion death. Now only gains energy when persistent minions are killed. Persistent minions. What is this affecting? Persistent minions. Okay, so persistent means like always alive. They don't like. There's no like timer on them. So this is going to affect raging spirits. Because there are builds where you are using cast on minion death when you cast, you would throw out like a whatever spell. I think the one that was used is Fireball. Fireball would then make a bunch of little summoned raging spirits, and then the raging spirits would die. You would get a ton of energy, and then you would cast like a million of whatever spell you wanted it. Again, usually it's Comet. So I guess that's going to be dead on arrival as well. No more of that build. Additionally, minions that are created by a very underleveled minion skill relative to the current area level now grant less energy when killed. That sucks. Level 20 plus minion skills will incur no penalty at endgame. Okay, so yeah, this is just saying if you have a max level minion dude, you're not trying to cheese it by having a lower level minion. You're just going to get maximum energy when you have your high level minion and less energy when your minions are lower level. But this is kind of this is a big hit. That build was so niche, and you have to use that amulet that no one was using to make this happen, and now you can't do that build. So that sucks. It was same like the Barrier Invocation build. Yeah, Tactician is an amazing Ascendancy for Bone Storm. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, we're going to revisit all of our builds. This one right here makes me excited to get back in it. This seems like a buff to Bone Storm, so... Alright, Cast on Shock now gains 1 energy per power of enemies you shock with hits from skills previously 2. So a nerf there. Cluster Grenade, Mini Grenade Explosions. Radius is now 1.4, previously 1.2. I don't play grenades. This is just a buff if you did play grenades, so good for you. Combat Frenzy now has gain a frenzy charge when you freeze, electrocute, or pin an enemy no more than once every 5.3 to 4.1. Oh no, that sucks, dude. At gem levels 8 to 20, previously 2.4 to 1.5. Okay, this is what this means. We're not using Combat Frenzy anymore on our Bone Storm build. We were using Combat Frenzy to pin and then get our charges, and we were casting a Bone Storm once every 1.5 anyways, so they kind of synced up, and we just always have power charges. Now, we're not going to be able to do that, which means we're going to have to go back to using the Ritual Curse to get our power charges. So, no more Frenzy charges for free, unless they give us some other kind of support, another way to generate Frenzy charges. This is going to make it so that the automated process of generating Frenzy charges is now dead. I don't know if they're going to be using this anymore. Especially on spells that consume all of the charges, like Bone Storm. It doesn't matter if you have 1 or 1,000,000, Bone Storm will consume all of them. Yeah, so this is a nerf. A big nerf, actually. Concoction skills now require an unarmed weapon set. They no longer deal your base unarmed damage, instead dealing only attack damage specified from the skill, like marks. Okay. They now consume 5 mana flask charge, previously 3. I think that's okay because they added more stuff on the tree and new items and new gems that are probably going to make up for this. I imagine it's going to be roughly the same. Conductivity now causes cursed enemies to take minus 25 to lightning resistance, previously 32. That's a massive drop. 7% is the difference there, scaling up to minus 29 at level 20, previously 36. That's a big hit. If you're a lightning-based build that uses shock and does insane damage, you're going to be reducing your damage by quite a bit. Cold Snap now has an explosion radius of 1.6, previous 1.7. Thank you. Okay, we're in business, boys. We were going to be playing cold this league, and we really wanted to do Cold Snap, full freeze build. Freeze did get nerfed. I think enemy threshold, or was it enemy threshold got increased by 48%, or your ability or freeze buildup got nerfed to like 40. I forgot what it was. There's some big nerf to freeze. So now if you want to freeze, you're gonna have to have a lot more freeze buildup. So I'm thinking now that Cold Snap is not gonna have a ridiculously small radius, this is bigger than doubling the radius. 1.6. We can increase this to about 3 meters. Which means that whenever we're using our Frostbolt skill, where we're using multiple projectiles, and then we're using Unleash to hit all 3 of the Cold Snaps, or to pop all 3 of the Frostbolts, we're going to be able to hit more targets with it, shotgunning the enemy. I think this is going to be really good. So I'm actually excited to use Cold Snap. All right, so now we got our Cold Snap build is going to go live, I think, this season here, unless I keep reading and they're going to crap on my ideas. We've dodged a lot of the nerfs because we didn't play a lot of these big overly tuned builds, so we didn't really rely on conductivity. I think Cold Snap is a good improvement here. We're probably going to end up playing it. We definitely play it during the campaign, so you'll feel it during your leveling, and we'll see if we can make it feel good in the end game. Curse skills now apply their curses 1.5 seconds delay, previously 1 second. Ooh, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, so I wonder if it's once you're able to apply Cursed Ground, does it matter anymore? Yeah, Ogrid said, keep reading, bud. Your curses are about to get nerfed. It just says that the delay is 1.5, but there are things on the tree to reduce this delay. I'm guessing they just want you to spec into it. Like if you want to apply curses more reliably, they want you probably to invest your points into the massive tree. Okay, dark effigy projectiles now have a critical hit chance of 7, previously 11. I don't know why this mattered. I don't think we were using this for damage to begin with. And an impact radius of 1.2 meters, previously 0.8 meters. Okay, so a bigger impact radius, but smaller crit chance. Quality is now 0 to 20% chance to inflict withered for 2 seconds on hit, previously 50%. So that's, I don't get this nerf at all. We weren't using dark effigy for damage. So I don't understand the crit change, and I don't the radius I kind of get, because now you're able to apply withered to more enemies when you're mapping, but you weren't using dark effigy to apply withered to a large amount of enemies anyways. You were one tapping everything on the screen. Yeah, I don't know. This is just a nerf. I don't know. All right. Decompose. Uh-oh, here are the boots. The boots that everyone was using. Decompose. The skill granted by the Corpse Wade unique boots now causes the poison cloud to poison enemies as though dealing chaos damage equal to up to 10 to 19% of the corpse's maximum life at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 30 to 39. Okay, I think you still use it. I mean, if you're a build that was using these boots, I still think you use it. Because it scales so well. The monsters have such high health values that just 20% of their value as a poison is so high. If you're taking all the nodes that allow you to stack up the poison up to, what was it, 5 times, you essentially get 100% of the corpse value in poison. So if you're a building around it, you're fine. It was already highly overtuned anyways. Everybody agreed it was too powerful. This just makes it so that if you're not spec'd into it, you're doing like a boost of damage, but it's not like, holy crap, wiping the entire screen just because you put on the boots. This is fine. Despair now causes cursed enemies to have minus 20 to chaos res at gem levels 9, previously 32. That's a massive dip. Scaling up to minus 24, previously 36. Yeah, it's just that's just a nerf. I don't get why reduce the chaos damage though. I don't know that chaos was like a big like archetype. There wasn't a ton of chaos builds, right? You nerf the builds that aren't being played more, then even less people are going to play them. Oh no, I see Detonate Dead. No, I don't want to read this next line, dude. Detonate Dead now deals physical damage equal to 8 to 10% of the corpse's maximum value at gem 7 to 20, previously 20 at all gem levels, scaling farther past gem level 20. It also now deals 41 to 61 fire damage at level 7, previously 28 to 43. Okay, so we get more fire damage at least, scaling up to 139 to 208 fire damage at levels 20, previously 169 to 254. Okay, so we get more fire damage early, but less fire damage late game? Okay. 20% of the maximum life was really, really good. I'm wondering if you can get this further, because it says scaling further past level 20. So if we can get this higher than 10%, I imagine we'll be fine. We'll still use it. Because we were using it with ability to cast 2 Detonate Deads at once. That's why it was so powerful. You get a 20% AoE twice, so 40% of the corpse's life you were getting. So this just makes it so it's, you know, what, 20.1%, 20.2%, which is still a fifth of all the enemies' health. This is still probably going to help thin out the herd, I imagine. I hope that there's AI that is able to target the enemy corpse on the ground with the most health, because it'll suck if it's this low of value and then it targets the weakest health mob and then doesn't kill anything. Then you're like, uh-oh. So I'm I'm hopeful that this is not going to run this into the ground. I'm hoping that it's good enough, because as long as you kill one mob, you can still kind of chain a bunch of these to do a ton of damage. So we're hopeful. Definitely a big nerf, though. That's half the damage gone. Detonating arrows explosive radius is now 2.4 meters, previously 1.8. Okay, this is just a nerf to your radius. Direct minions now have 0.5 second cooldown. Oh, that sucks. Wait, why? If you don't know what direct minions is, it's just the ability to like move them, like tell them where to go, like direct your minions. Why would you want a cooldown on this? I put it on my left button mouse, and I would just hold it down and just like move around the map and always have them in front of me, so they would just eat all the damage. And now you're saying I won't be able to do that? Now I have to be the one leading the charge with my minions behind me, so they're not protecting me anymore? That's kind of dumb. That sucks. Elemental Invocation now gains 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze with hits from skills, previously 10. What? Did it just say now gains 10? Previously 10? Wait, am I... Elemental Invocation now gains 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze, previously 10. Huh? You gained 10, but it was previously 10? Okay. 2 energy per power of enemy you ignite with hits from skills, modified by the percentage of the enemy's ailment threshold. Ignite will deal previously 3. Okay, so you get more energy when it ignites, because before it... No, you get less. 2 energy, previously 3. Okay, you get less energy as well. It also now gains 1 energy per power of enemy you shock with hits from skills, previously 3, now 1. Isn't this in line with Cast on Shock? I think Cast on Shock also got nerfed into the ground. Yeah, this sucks if you're using Elemental Invocation. I mean, this is all in line with what they were saying, that we're just going to be doing a lot less damage than we think. I think in my mind there's already still a bunch of builds that are going to make it through. And Hoylet says, is Bone Storm still alive? Yeah. We have not gotten nerfed into the ground just yet. So Detonate Dead took a little bit of a hit. Just as like we'll pause real quick. I'll kind of highlight this. Okay, so I don't lose my place. So just as a recap, Detonate Dead went from 20 to 10. Max corpse life when you detonate it. That's a little bit of a hit, but it's not that big of a hit. We can always just use a different spell. I imagine if we scale this higher, the fire value, we might be able to scale high enough where it matters and helps us clear. If not, we'll just choose a different spell. Not that big of a deal. So I think we'll be fine there. In terms of like the Bone Storm itself, nothing really got changed on it. I think if anything got buffed. It now applies a specialized debuff called Impale, and the Impale gains 200% more Impale magnitude, and it now does 30% of the physical damage dealt as the value. So before it was a flat value, if you remember, on Bone Storm. Now it's going to be 30% of whatever you deal, which is insane because we were getting 7 to 9 million damage Bone Storms, and now we're going to get 30% of that value, and it's going to get a 200% more Impale magnitude. So I'm thinking if you play with like a buddy and they're using a hit like a spear, a bow, or whatever, they're gonna be able to hit the target and just explode it hard. So I think it's really good for us. So yeah, no nerfs. I think we're good. Oh, they did nerf the frenzy mechanic, so no more using the auto frenzy generation with pin buildup, which is fine because I hated using the boots anyways. We'll just go back to using the ritual, and it's fine. With a little bit more cast speed, you don't even notice it, you know. So you'll just be channeling the Bone Storm, dropping it, and then when you kill the mobs, just cast the ritual. You'll get all your power charges, and now you'll move faster, which was one of the complaints that I had, because the pinning boots, the what are they called? The bushwhack boots, they had a movement speed of like 15, which is terrible. So now you can actually use 35% movement speed boots and haul butt through the maps. So it's fine. It's doable. Until I see Bone Storm is no longer able to be you're no longer able to be moving while channeling, then we'll be at a crossroads, whether we're just dead on arrival, or if we're able to channel while we're on top of the Roa. All we're gonna do is include Roa in the build, hop on top of it, and just start chucking bone storms across the map. So we're good as of now. If we read anything that changes it, I'll let you know. All right, let's keep going. Escape Shot now scales freeze buildup with gem level up to 585. More at gem level 20, previously 300 at all levels. Quality is now 0 to 120. More freeze buildup, previously 80. So it sounds like Escape Shot got buffed. I don't think anybody was using it anyways, so this is good. If you like Escape Shot, you're getting buffed. I think above I also read that Escape Shot and also what's the one that drops the pustules, Toxic Ground. Whenever you do that leap, you're able to leap back a little bit further, and if there's any type of walls in your way, not walls, but like just stuff in your way, you're able to hop over it, and if your monster's in your way, you're able to hop over them now. So a little buff to there. We'll see how good it is. Explosive Concoction now has 200% more magnitude of Ignite inflicted, previously 100. That's cool. Just a buff to afflictions, right? We don't see a lot of Explosive Concoction builds anyways. I don't think I've seen any. I've seen people try it. I've seen people like talk about it, but I've never seen like a build using Explosive Concoction just murder everything and you're like, oh my god, I want to play it. Explosive Grenade cooldown is now 7 seconds, previously 3 seconds. Now has an explosion radius of 2 to 2.4 meters at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 1.8. Okay, so you're getting... It seems like grenades have been getting buffed this season. Maybe you guys want to start playing grenades. I've seen a lot of buffs to them. Eye of Winter. That's like in every single build. Eye of Winter now gains 75% of damage as damage from the corresponding type when passing over an elemental ground effect, previously 50. I think this needs to be increased more, man. Eye of Winter does no damage. Getting 75% more damage of the corresponding type is just like... It needs to be way more. It's cool when you're using it with Frostbolt, because you always have chilled ground on the floor, so you're getting 75% more cold damage, and then your Eye of Winter is already cold. But I don't see you like wanting to use this as your clear speed, your clear damaging spell. I mean, with enough damage on Eye of Winter, I guess you could, but I don't know that I would use it. The skill also no longer incorrectly states the projectile applies the passed over ground effect to nearby enemies. Okay. I don't think it was doing that before. I guess maybe it just incorrectly stated that it was. I didn't think that it did that. Like the projectile didn't fly over, hit an enemy, and then cause chilled ground. That's not how I thought it was working. Falling Thunder projectiles now have 50% more damage per power charge consumed. Okay, I wasn't using Falling Thunder. This just looks like a buff. Fireball no longer bypasses the Raging Spirit limit. Oh, that sucks. I mean, they already nerfed the build into the ground by not being able to use Cast on Minion Death. If you're a fan of that build, you were able to throw out a fireball. The fireball would explode, causing smaller fireballs. And then if you're using Raging Spirit, each one of those would cause little minions to appear. And then when they expired, they would proc Cast on Minion Death, and you were able to cast whatever spell you wanted to, like 1,000,000 times over. They nerfed that into the ground. You can no longer do that, and this just nerfs it even more. Fireball no longer bypasses the Raging Spirit limit, so you're only able to get 10, I think, plus 1, 11 with quality. So, Raging Spirit build, dead. The secondary Fireball projectiles are no longer affected by additional projectiles. This was mostly to prevent performance issues when used with the Wild Shard support. Yeah, we were able to get insane amounts of projectiles, so they said, stop it, knock it off. You didn't need the extra projectiles anyway to clear. It was just cool looking, I guess. All right, Firebolt now has a maximum downward tilt angle against closer targets, making it harder to hit enemies with multiple explosions. No, what? Firebolt now has a maximum downward tilt angle against closer enemies, making it harder. That sucks. Why? I don't know that. See, I don't get this. Whenever they nerf a spell that people aren't primarily using, I don't get it. Firestorm's improved bolts now have a critical hit chance of 7, previously 14. Oh, that sucks. You weren't using Firestorm before. You're definitely not using it now. Flame Blast now has a 15-second cooldown. Previously none. Why? And now has 75% more damage per stage. Previously 200. Wait, what? It now has an explosion radius of 0.6 meters per stage. Previously 0.4. Okay, so more radius. And quality now provides 0 to 20% more cast speed. Previously 0 to 10. So you're able to cast it faster. This is terrible. Nobody was using Flame Blast before. No one's going to use it now. Like the big, I mean, unless you're, I'm sorry, I'm thinking only if you were casting it on the little ball thing. If you're going to be self-casting Flame Blast, I mean, it has such a long cooldown. Before you were able to run through the whole map, and now with Pathfinder having like 50% less movement impairing skill, I was thinking, oh, dude, when I see the Roa, I'm gonna grab Flame Blast, I'm gonna fly through the map, I'm just gonna be boom, 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 blowing it up. GGC said, nice try, bro. You ain't doing that at all. 15-second on cooldown now on Flame Blast, so you're not spamming it, you're not using it for wave clear. So then, what are you using it for? It now has a 75% more damage per stage. Are you just going to use it like as a big damage, like one of? Maybe not even that, because previously per stage you had 200% damage increase. You have 75% now. I don't understand this at all. It now has an explosion radius. It's slightly larger than before, which whatever. If you were trying to use it for bosses, that doesn't matter. And you were using this for clear, but they're killing that. You can't spam that anymore. I don't get this at all. It doesn't matter. We weren't using Flame Blast. We were going to try it, but if they're going to nerf it into the ground, I guess we're not playing Flame Blast. So that build idea is dead. All right, next. Flame Wall now causes projectiles which pass through the wall to deal 33 to 48 added fire damage at gem level 20, previously 64 to 91. God damn, that's a nerf. While the gem level 1 values are unchanged, more significant reductions have been made past level 20. Man. Okay, that's fine, whatever. We just won't use Flame Wall as a buff. It was annoying to cast anyways, and it does no damage like when it burned enemies anyway, so whatever. I mean, they're just making it so we're not using Flame Wall as a buff. I mean, will we still use it? Maybe. Because I think right now, my Flame Wall is such a high level that I think we get like 300 on the high end. So on average, like 250. If they're going to nerf it so it only gives like 180, will we still use it? I guess it's technically like a 12% increase in damage. So it's pretty significant. I guess we'll still use it. It'll just be annoying now. Because now I'm going to be casting it knowing I'm only going to get such a small value or such a reduced value. Yeah, so nerf to Flame Wall, just overall damage. Flammability, no, don't touch flammability. Every single one they reduced the values on this. So I don't know if, well, the video hasn't come out yet, but I'm gonna reduce I'm gonna release a video where we're getting like over 70% reduction in the enemy's resistance with flammability, and yeah, it's not gonna be possible anymore. We're still gonna be able to reduce the enemy's resistances by a great deal, just not as high. Ugh, that's a pretty big reduction there. Okay, Flash Grenade now has 500% more stun buildup, previously 400. You see what I'm talking about? More grenade stuff. Fragmentation rounds base explosion radius is now 1.8, previously 1.6. Again, just more it seems like just radius in general on everything that grenades do is getting increased. Freezing Shards now fires 5 projectiles, previously 7. Again, why? If no one's using this, why are you nerfing it? Freezing Salvo now scales freeze buildup with gem level up to 107. More at gem level 20, previously 50 at all levels. Good. Yeah, give them buffs. Frost Bomb. No, don't touch Frost Bomb. I'm going to play it. Frost Bomb now also... No. Frost Bomb has pulse and explosion radius is 2.27 meters at gem levels 120, previously 1. Okay, so we're getting a buff. We're getting a buff to Frost Bomb. The radius is getting increased. We'll take it. This goes in line with the freeze build we want to play. Okay. Frost Wall now has a cooldown of 5 seconds, previously 3 seconds. Yikes. Why? The only reason people were using Frost... I shouldn't say the only reason. The main reason why Frost Wall was getting abused is because of the trample toe interactions and double on kill effect interactions. But you've since removed that, so now why nerf the cooldown of Frost Wall? That kind of sucks. We're gonna have to get a lot more cooldown reduction on the passive tree and look for items that reduce cooldown, like the shield, the Crest of Ardura, to get this down further. Because we want to cast Frost Wall to be able to blow up our Frost Bolts if we're going to go that route. I think we're going to go Cold Snap this season, so we'll see. This just sucks. Frozen Locust. Explosion now deals 6 to 9 base quarterstaff damage at gem level 1. Scaling up to 141 to 212 at gem level 20, previously 89, 134. So this is a buff for you guys. If you know what Frozen Locust Explosion is, you get a little buff there. Fulminating Concoction now has 200% more chance to shock, previously 100. Okay, so Pathfinder getting buffs here. Good. Galvanic Shards now converts 60% of physical damage to lightning damage, previously 40. So just more... No. Yeah, more physical damage getting converted to lightning damage. Gas Arrow, Gas Grenades, and Decompose now have a limit of 6 Poison Clouds. That's a nerf. So does this mean it's not going to be spreading as far? And it's also not going to be able to stack as fast? Kirk says, Frost Wall was abused to stacked before boss appears, then one-shot bosses. Yeah, but this isn't going to prevent that. And the whole reason why you were one-shotting bosses was because trample toe interaction. You're still going to be able to stack them because, remember, you have 3 charges. And then with that gem that makes it, you have double the charges. They just take longer to come back. You can still drop 6. If the only reason why you are using it is to drop them before a boss, you can still drop, 3 of them, proc whatever you were procking, drop 3 more, For me, it's just going to be annoying because now you can't really use it reliably while you're mapping. I was using it every time we found like an elite pack. I would drop Frost Wall, then explode it on the Frost Balls, and then we're fine. But now, if I'm not able to recoup those as fast, it's going to be a detriment to the build. We'll have to play more with it and see what happens. Glacial Bolt Walls now last 8 seconds, previously 6. Glacial Bolt Walls. Okay. I never played that. Seems like a nerf there. Oh, no, it's a buff. It says they'll last 8 seconds. So I guess the duration has been increased. Glacial Cascade Quality now gains 0 to 10% of physical damage as cold instead of 0 to 10% increased cast speed. Okay. The best starter, Mafana asks, what's the best starter in your opinion? I'm still going to run Blood Mage, man. I'm still going to run Blood Mage, and I'm still going to do minions with self-cast Detonate Dead. I still think it's going to hit hard. I have to run the numbers on it. It's obviously got half the damage nerf, but you were already doing such high values to begin with that I imagine you're still going to be able to crush most of the bosses, especially because there was no nerf to cast on minion death on persistent enemies. So we're still going to be able to do disgusting damage with that. So I'm still going to do that. But I also ran Gas Arrow Cloud Ranger, and that was really easy, and I haven't seen big giant nerfs to that. So if you like playing Ranger, I would level Gas Arrow because it was super easy to level through campaign with it. You just drop gas arrow and then just keep running through the map, and the things just die behind you. It was awesome. When I was playing the Stormweaver or the Sorceress, I was playing all ice spells. It's not going to be as good because now there's a higher enemy threshold for freezing, so you won't get to be freezing everything as easy. But if you just invest into freeze buildup and minions or penetration early, I think you'll still be able to freeze enemies reliably. And they've buffed what was it? I forget the spell Cold Snap. So I think I'm gonna if I level a sorceress again, I'm gonna be leveling cold for sure. Because I want to try out Cold Snap. I still think this will perform well. Because Cold Snap was already performing well leveling. Like when you throw out your frostbolts and you were destroying them, it does tons of damage. So it's still going to be good. They haven't nerfed that. So I would level that. If I'm Ranger, I'm doing the Gas Arrow. And then if I'm doing the Blood Mage, you can go lots of different ways with Blood Mage. I might even try some Blood builds now that I'm Blood Mage. But yeah, I think just to start, League Star, we're going to do minions. I'll be streaming the whole thing. So I'll probably end up making a guide for it, like after I do it, and put up the PO bit on the Discord. So everybody, if they want to level the Blood Mage the same way, they can. I should be max level, or not max level, but like in my 90s and like on day 2 or 3. So I'll try and make the guide right after. So if you're still in week 1 and you want to level up a Blood Mage, you'll be able to do that hopefully. All right, so let me kind of continue here. I got off on a tangent. Grim Feast can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. Wait, why? Existing Grim Feast gems have been disabled. We aim to rework Grim Feast in the coming future. Wait, does that mean they're just removing it in general for the time being? Grim Feast can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. This to me means in the next league, you can't acquire Grim Feast. Oh, wow. That's huge. That is massive. Okay. Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, but now requires 20 glory to use. Yeah, Kirk says, what? But now requires 20 glory to use. Glory is a resource that gets built up by heavily stunning enemies. That's cool. The amount of glory gained is based on the stunned monster's power. Quality is now 0 to 0.4 to impact radius. Previously 1% increased cooldown recovery rate. I think you'd prefer the 1% recovery rate, but whatever. I never played Hammer of the Gods. I know that it hits really, really hard. I've seen some videos on it. This new glory mechanic. I don't remember if you were trying to stun the target, but if you were, this seems like it's whatever, new mechanic. I don't know. They just want to make it so you're not doing insane Hammer of the God stuff with the, what's that new, there's a new spell or a support gem that makes it so that whenever you get a power charge, you're able to get like a buff on your ability. They don't want you to be able to get a bunch of that and then Hammer of the Gods things in the ground. So... but it says that Hammer of the Gods no longer has a cooldown, but it requires glory. I'm just wondering how fast you can get glory. So if you're able to accumulate glory faster than the cooldown is, this is a buff. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to translate. It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, if you're able, like I said, if you're able to acquire your glory, because the thing is, okay, so. Hammer of the God, you would walk up to the enemy and have Hammer of the God ready to use, right? It doesn't start on cooldown. You get the cooldown after you use it, so you always have it. But now, you walk up to a mob, you won't have Hammer of the Gods. You need to acquire it slowly through glory buildup, and then once you have enough of it, you'll be able to cast it. So I guess, depending on how fast you can generate glory, will make Hammer of the Gods either better or worse. So Hand of Chayula now specifies that it triggers socketed marks. This is purely a description change. Okay. Herald skills. Here we go. Herald skills with attack hits now properly state their hits cannot be evaded. Okay. This is not a functional change, just a description one. Okay, so nothing's changed. Herald of Ash, explosion radius is now 1.2, previously 1. Yeah, this obviously needed to change. The explosion radius is terrible. I don't think 0.2 is enough, 20%. Maybe 0.5. Herald of Ash quality now provides an additional 5% of overkill damage, contributes to base ignite damage. Cool. Instead of the previous ignite surrounding enemies, if overkill damage is at least 2% of the enemy's maximum life. Huh. Okay. Herald of Ice explosion radius is now 1.6, previously 1.8. Yeah. I mean, is anyone surprised? So what I don't get is Herald of Ash got its radius increased to 1.2 from 1, but Herald of Ice explosion radius only got reduced from 1.8 to 1.6. That's interesting. Herald of Plague now requires a martial weapon, making it consistent with the weapon restriction of the other Herald skills. Okay. Herald of Thunderbolt impact radius is now 1.4 meters instead of 1.6. I mean, we all expected the radius of all of the Heralds to go down, right? So this is kind of just in line with it. Herald of Ash getting a little bit of a buff. Yeah. Okay. Oh, man. We were just talking about Hex Blast and how I got nerfed into the ground. I think it's about to get worse. Hex Blast can now only detonate curses for which at least 50% of the duration has expired. Yep. Hex Blast is dead. This means it can never explode curses that have an infinite duration. Welp. Curse orbs will be visually different when 50% curse duration has expired if you have Hex Blast equipped. It just means like when you cast a curse on them, they have little indicators on them. I guess they'll be different when 50% of the curse duration has expired. So to let you know, hey, you can cast Hex Blast now. The explosion radius of Hex Blast has been increased to 2 meters, previously 1.6, and it now has a maximum of 3 explosions per cast, previously 9. The nerfs, man, dude, the nerfs are so big on Hex Blast, dude. I feel so bad for people. Like, a small percentage of the community was playing Hex Blast, and it's just nerfed into oblivion. You got reduced effect radius, you have reduced presence radius, you have reduced effect values. Now you can't even use your Hex Blast if the duration hasn't expired by 50%, which to me means one of two things. Either you're just not using Hex Blast, whatever, or you need to get enough minus duration so that you cast your curse in like your curse only lasts like 2 seconds or something like that, 3 seconds. So at least you cast a curse and then, oh, you're not even casting using Blasphemy Aura. So now it means that you're running through the map, you're cursing guys, and then they're just running at you and you can't do anything. You're like, wait. Stop. I need 3 seconds before I can hit you with a Hex Blast. Maybe they don't want Hex Blast to be used as like your main ability. Maybe they just want it to be used like as like one big explosion damage. I don't know. This just makes Hex Blast completely different. I don't know if you're going to be able to get enough reduction in duration to make it so that you're able to cast Hex Blast with at least, I mean, you want to cast it under a second, honestly. Something gets cursed, you want a Hex Blast. And if you don't get it under that value, I don't see how you're using Hex Blast outside of just like a novelty. I don't know. Yeah. All right. Let's keep it going. Sorry, Hex Blast. Hex Blast's damage has been lowered by roughly 17%. So not only are you like, hey, I don't want you to use Hex Blast, but just in case you were still planning on using it, I'm going to reduce your damage by 17%. The explosion radius has also been reduced to 1.2 instead of 1.6. I mean, it's egregious. Hypothermia is in line getting nerfed along with the rest of them. That's fine. I was anticipating that. Ice crystals created by Glacial Bolt and Frost Wall. now have lowered life scaling past level 20. They're scaling up until this point is unchanged. Okay, whatever. Doesn't do anything. Ice Shards Explosion. Radius is now 1.4, previously 1.2. Okay, so we got some bigger radius on that. Has a maximum of 16 active shards, previously 12. Okay, so more shards. And now has 16 bolts loaded per clip, previously 12. Shards that have existed for at least 0.5 seconds, previously 1 second, now deal 700% more damage. Okay, that's a damage decrease. I don't know. If you like playing Ice Shards Explosion and stuff, like, maybe you're happy, maybe you're not. I don't think... Obviously, the damage hurts. I don't play crossbow like dude, so is this good or bad? I don't know. If you have multiple travel skills with cooldowns, their cooldowns are now shared. What are the other travel skills? I thought it was just blink. Oh, is that what they meant by it? It's going to have like a travel tag to it? Huh. Improved ball lightnings. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Never mind. I was going to say something. Improved ball lightning's description to clarify that the ball itself does not hit enemies. Yeah, I think that's needed in the description because I remember trying to play ball lightning and trying to get it to fork. Like, why is this not forking? I'm like, because it's not actually hitting anything. It just flies in the air and then unleashes the damage. It's not like Frostbolt. Improved skeletal cleric behavior to reduce cases where they would run at enemies and attempt to attack them. I mean, good. You want your clerics to stay in the back, so this is nice. Incinerate now has 20% less ignite duration, previously 50%. What? No one's using Incinerate. Why would you give it a less duration? You have to channel to use it in the first place. I don't know. Oh, okay, that's what that was. Yeah, they share. So they're gonna get travel tags. Gray just gave us the 411 on it. I remember people using the shield dash, or it's a charge, right? The shield charge or whatever. You can charge, or you can leap into it or like when you leap, or is it dash? You roll to cancel it, the animation, and then you could do another one. They share the same cooldown, so now you won't be able to chain them. I mean, whatever. I guess speedrunners are sad because they were using it a lot. I didn't use it, so I don't care. Leap Slam now has 62 to 88 more stun buildup of gems. Okay, this is good. I think people are happy with the stun buildup increase here. Lightning Conduit now performs a number of extra lightning bolts if it consumes shocks from enemies. This is a buff, hopefully. These bolts are distributed among targets in the skills area, but can hit the same target multiple times if few enough targets were hit. Wait a minute. So you can now use it to single target down enemies? Wait, is this a lightning conduit buff? You get extra lightning bolts if it consumes a shock. You shouldn't really be using this unless something is shocked to begin with. And then it can hit the same target multiple times if few enough targets were hit. So can you use this to single target people now? Huh. Lightning Bolt now has 200% chance to shock, previously 100. Awesome. Lightning Conduit has 20% more damage with hits per 5% shot effect of enemy, previously 100. Oh, that's a... Wait a minute. That's a that's a massive decrease in damage. What? Lightning Conduit has 20% more damage with hits per 5% shock of enemy, effective on the enemy. It used to be 100%. So we went from 100 to 20% more. That's huge. So it's like they give you something here. You're like, hey, we're giving you some extra lightning bolts. And we're going to make it so you can hit the same target. But we're going to make it so that when you do hit, you're doing 1/5 of damage. How's that for a compromise? All right. I mean, I wanted to do ball lightning with lightning conduit. I tried it this season, and I didn't think they had enough support gems for it. And I was gonna try it again, but I guess, I mean, we'll still try it, right? We're still gonna try it. I imagine it's gonna do infinitely less damage, but I think everything is gonna do less damage, so we'll see. Lightning Rod arrow now disappears after being chained to 6 times at all gem levels. Previously 8 to 14 times. So just a nerf. Arrows now take 1 second to charge up before releasing a lightning burst when chained. Lightning arrows that chain to lightning rod arrows cause the pulse to happen instantly instead of needing to charge up. I mean, that part is cool. But now you've got less chaining times. It disappears after chaining 6. Previously 8 to 14. That sucks. Lightning Warp no longer creates shocked ground if targeted by a ball lightning projectile. That was like the main reason why a lot of people were using this. They would throw out the ball lightning and then use Lightning Warp to teleport to it, unleashing the shock ground, giving the target, shock. So you're not going to be able to do that anymore. Magma Spray from the Magma Barrier skill. I never use this. Now deals 6 to 10 to 226 base fire damage. Previously this much damage, so it's been reduced by a lot. It now has 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 armor on the shield at all values. Previously 2 to 4. Okay, so you get more fire damage per 15 armor on the shield. So does that mean it kind of like equals out then? It now has a damage effectiveness of 130 to 405%. Previously 120 to 490. Okay, so slight nerf here. I don't know. I never used magma spray, so I don't know what this means. For people that played magma spray, it seems like I don't know how much armor value you can get on it to scale it up to it. If you're able to get enough armor to make it so there's not a whole lot of damage loss, or if you're able to get it past what it currently did, since you're being reduced in damage here, does it end up equaling out? I don't know. Magnetic Salvo now deals 100 to 140 of attack damage with impact. Previously 89 to 125. So wait, that's a buff, right? 100 to 140 instead of 89 to 125. So if you were playing Magnetic Salvo, you get a buff to damage there, and 155 to 218 of attack damage with Explosion Gem. Previously 177 to 250. So it seems like the initial hit is increased, but the explosion has been decreased. It now fires up to 8 missiles at all gem levels. Previously 14 and 17. That's a big decrease in damage. Man. I need to go through all of this and write down everything that is pertinent to all the builds, all the stuff I want to try, so that everybody that's been trying the builds knows what to expect for the next season. So far, I haven't read anything that's going to crush the Frost build outside of not being able to cast... no, nothing really. We only ever cast a few Frost Walls, even on bosses. Like, we'll Frost Wall, and then we'll Frost Bolt, we'll destroy them all. And with the gem that double the amount of charges, we'll have 6. No, we'll still be able to do Frostbolt build. We'll still be able to do Bone Storm build. We'll still be able to do the Detonate Dead build. I just need to see what the impact is. The Ember Fusillade build, they haven't said anything on it. So we'll see what they do to that. Maybe that's fine too. And then they mentioned Arc no longer doing getting the more multiplier on more chains. So that build might be dead. I don't know. What with the chest? So there's like 5 builds that I play with that we need to see if they're going to get nerfed in the ground or not. All right, next one. Mantra of Destruction's Purple Flames of Chayula now has a duration of 8 instead of 6. Cool for people that play Mantra of Destruction. Malice now applies critical weakness every 0.5 instead of every 0.6. Wait, Malice got better? Malice applies critical weakness every half a second. It used to be more than half a second. Okay, so Malice was really good, and they buffed it. Awesome. I'm happy with that. Molten Blast now has a wild dual wielding. Fires twice as many projectiles with 15% less attack speed, previously 30. Okay, great. Molten Blast got a buff. Twice as many projectiles with half as less attack speed lost. That's good. I wanted to play Molten Blast on a Blood Mage, and then I figured out that it's an attack and doesn't get the increase of attack, the critical damage and critical hit chance, and I got sad. But cool. Pain Offering Aura now grants minions 28 to 58 increased damage, rather than 29 to 44 damage, so Pain Offering got buffed. The Aura now also grants minions 22 to 58 increased attack and cast speed, previously 30 at all levels. Isn't that a buff? 22 to 58 instead of 30? So Pain Offering, it got a buff? Whether it'll be better than the other one? I don't know. Maybe. All you summoners out there, let me know if this is better or worse than the Soul Offering. Wait, no. Soul Offering is only spell damage. So yeah, Pain Offering just got a buff. I guess that makes up for all the nerfs you got earlier. Perfect Strike no longer always ignites, and now has an attack speed of 35% of base, previously 45%. Quality now provides 0 to 20 more ignite chance, previously 20. Perfect Strike also now deals damage in a wider area close to the player, making it less likely to miss. That's good. I remember playing this and always missing, and then until I figured out I had to like back up a little bit. So that's good. Permafrost Bolts now scales freeze buildup with gem level up to 186, previously 80 at all levels. So Permafrost Bolts got a buff. Plague Bearer now stores up to 197 to 15,000 some change. Poison damage, previously a lower value. So Poison Bearer got a buff. I tried playing Plague Bearer. I didn't feel it, man. I didn't think it was that great. Maybe I missed something. So this is a buff to Plague Bearer, but it wasn't exciting to use in the first place, so whatever. Poison Concoction now has 200% more magnitude of poison inflicted, previously 100. Yay! Reason to play Poison Concoction. The whole reason why I leveled my Pathfinder was to play Gas Cloud, and then I found out that it absolutely is terrible without using the Busted Heralds, and then I got just demotivated to play it. I was like, I don't want to do a Herald build. It's just, I already know what it does. And so this might be something to get me back into my Pathfinder, doing a Poison Concoction build. Now deals base physical damage instead of chaos damage. Okay. It's fine, right? Because with physical damage, when you hit, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Because when you hit, when you have a chance to hit and apply a poison, it can do that by either physical or chaos damage. But now that it's a physical damage instead of chaos, we can apply bleed with that. So now if you have things that say like you can apply bleed on hit, now when you throw your Poison Concoction, you'll be able to bleed alongside that. That might be cool. So now you can get poison and bleed damage when you're using Poison Concoction. That might be interesting. I'm going to write that down. Hold on. I might want to try that. Poisonous Concoction poison / bleed build? Question mark? Maybe I want to try something like that. Okay, Profane Ritual now has a ritual radius of 2.2 meters, previously 1.8. Thank God. It's so small, man. You got to make it bigger so that when you start ramping it up with area of effect, you get, a much larger value. I think like a 4.4, a 5 meter radius would be ideal for clearing. Raging Spirits now has a spirit duration of 5 seconds, previously 4. Okay. And a maximum 2 spirits summoned per spell cast, previously 5. Yikes. The description of Raging Spirits has also been updated to make it more clear that triggered spells will not summon spirits. Okay. I mean, in our Ember Fusillade build, this doesn't really get affected at all because we're casting so many spells that we'll always be sending out little spirits. Like we send out 14 projectiles every 1.5 seconds. So we'll definitely be able to have all of our minions out there doing damage and applying exposure. So this doesn't really affect us at all. Improve the performance of spawning very high amounts of Raging Spirits. If you spawn a large number of spirits at the same time, the spawning of them is now spread out over a short. What do you mean, man? You killed the ability to spawn a ton of Raging Spirits, right? No more doing the fireball tech. So I don't know what you're worried about here. Rain of Arrows. Landing frequency is now affected by projectile speed modifiers, meaning that, for example, increased projectile speed causes the same number of arrows to land in a shorter total time. That's a buff, right? If it means that the same number of arrows lands in a shorter amount of time, it means you can cast it more often. You get your damage faster, cast it more often. This is a buff. Reaper's Invocation now gains 15 energy per power of enemy you kill. Cool. I never used it, so I don't really know. Ripwire Ballista Bolts now pins enemies as though dealing 400% more damage, previously 250. Okay. They get the pin. Cool. Rolling Slam now has plus 1 second to total attack time, previously 1.5. And the mana cost has been adjusted accordingly. Okay. Sacrifice now has minions. Okay, here we go. Sacrifice now has minions revive 66% more slowly at gem level 14, previously 37. Holy crap. Scaling up to 60% more slowly at gem level 20, previously 30. Wow. Scaling to 60% more slowly at gem level 20. This is a massive nerf to Sacrifice. Okay, so in our Detonate Dead build, we're going to be incentivized to grab that wand that makes it so that your minions don't get sacrificed. They have a chance to, like, not consume the corpse, rather. Yep. Yeah, okay. That's fine. It's still going to suck when we lose the minions, though. So I think we're going to have to use the wand. I need to start making that build, actually, because League starts like in 2 days or something. A day and some change. I need to write that down. Sacrifice. Now. Makes minions revive longer. Okay. Seismic Cry no longer has increased War Cry speed. I think that sucks. Don't you want it to have increased War Cry speed? That's a nerf. Shard Scavenger now instantly reloads your crossbow upon consuming freeze, shock, ignite, or fully broken armor. No more than once every 7 to 6.1 seconds at gem level, previously 9. Okay, so is that a buff? That's a buff, right? Previously larger amount, now a smaller amount. Yeah, it's a buff. I think this is like the only character that I've seen lots of buffs for, the mercenary. Shattering Concoction now has 200% more freeze buildup, previously 100. Yes. Concoction's getting more love. Yeah, so Pathfinder buffs. Mercenary buffs. Everyone else under the bus. Shattering Palm Explosions now have an additional random delay. The Shards of Ice now cannot be applied to targets if the Shattering Palm damaging strike broke an existing ice shard on them. Okay. Shield Wall segment life past gem level 20 now matches that of Ice Crystals from the Frost Wall, for an example. This is a reduction in total life. I never used Shield Wall, so... And I don't know any builds that were really using it, or... I never saw this as a big deal or anything. I don't know. And then the explosion radius is now 4 instead of 3. So you get a buff there. Okay. Shock chain arrows can now chain up to 8 meters away, previously 4. Okay, so shock arrows get a buff. Siphoning strike shockwave radius is now 2 meters, previously 1.8. Slightly little buff there on the radius. Skeletal Arsonist explosive demise skill deals additional fire damage equal to 12% of the minions' maximum life, previously 15. Okay, so reduction there. And now has 2.4 meter explosion radius previously 2, now it's 2.4. So you have a bigger radius but less damage. How do you feel about this? Obviously it's a nerf to damage, but it's not that big of a damage, so if you were using it, are you still going to use it? Probably. Skeletal Brute quality now causes brutes to inflict more stun buildup instead of having increased maximum life. No. Why? Okay, this is a direct nerf to the build. We want the brute to have more life. This means that I might just switch to using skeletal warriors instead of using skeletal brutes. We'll have to like write down how much that impacts life. Yeah. Skeletal Frost Mage's Ice Bomb now has an 8-second cooldown, previous 6. Obvious nerf there. Skeletal Reavers now correctly gain Rage on hit while their command and Rage skill is active. Okay, so before they weren't gaining Rage on hit? Maybe that's why nobody was using Reavers? Okay. Skeletal Storm Mage chain count now scales up with gem level, up to +4 chains at level 20, previously +2 at all levels. Okay, so Skeletal Storm Mage, see a buff. Skeletal Warrior can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. No! I just said I wanted to use Skeletal Warriors instead, as it was only provided as a stopgap until this functionality was implemented. Existing copies of Skeletal Warrior skill gem have been turned into Skeletal Sniper gems. Oh no. The Skeletal Warrior skill granted by some scepter now allows you to summon additional skeletons by reserving spirit. In addition to the 2 free skeletons it grants automatically. Okay, so now when you get a scepter that has a summon skeleton skill on it, it'll give you 2 summons, 2 skeletons, and then if you want to reserve more spirit, it'll give you more. This means if I want to use Skeletal Warriors, I have to get it on a scepter. I won't be able to use a different one. And I wanted to use a... Okay, so I'm not using Skeletal Warriors then, because I want to use the... what scepter is it? They provides Malice. I forget, but... Okay, so I'm just going to get nerfed. Okay. I need to redo the math on that. I don't know how badly we're getting nerfed, but it actually sounds pretty bad now. Snipe's attack speed multiplier and mana cost has been adjusted so that the attack time matches the time until a perfect strike. This is mainly to improve descriptions, and the function of the skill is unchanged. Okay. Stormwave now has 100% more chance to shock. Okay, buff. Soul Offering now grants 56 to 77 increased spell damage rather than 32 to 39 more spell damage. Aw, man, what a nerf. This is terrible. So look how this is worded. This was a 32 to 39 more multiplier on your spell damage. And now it's changing that to a 56 to 77 increased spell damage. That is terrible. Wow, that is a nerf right there. Well, every build that was swapping and using this to buff might want to consider it doing so. I mean, if it's... If that was like your only way to buff, I guess still do it. Just something is better than nothing, but it's not going to be this massive DPS increase when you cast it. Wow, that sucks, man. That's a big bummer. A lot of builds use Soul Offering. Alright, well, let's just hope that our... what is it called? That thing we drop on the ground to buff, that doesn't get nerfed with a chiming staff. I have a feeling I'm about to get to it. We're going to get nerfed. Spark now fires 4 to 9 projectiles at level... Oh no, Spark. Here we go. Spark now fires 4 to 9 projectiles at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 6 to 14. God, I got gutted. It no longer has a 0 to 19 increased projectile speed. Okay. Quality now provides 0 to 30 increased projectile speed, previously fires... Wow. So you get -4 projectiles... and now provides the projectile speed as quality, right? So you're going to get more projectile speed, but less projectiles overall. That's a massive nerf, dude. Spark went from 9 at the top end, or from 14 to 9. That's such a massive decrease in the amount of projectiles that you have. Oof. Okay. Spiral Volley now has 30% more damage per frenzy charge consumed. You know, I just have to take a minute. I'm smiling here in my mind, thinking like, I'm so glad all we've done all season is play off meta builds, because I think the majority of the stuff that we play with is going to go relatively untouched. Like, the Frost build is still going to be powerful. The Bone Storm build is going to be powerful. I haven't read anything on Ember Fusillade, so it's going to be powerful. That's 3 right there. I need to test the Arc build, but I haven't seen anything with the Choir of the Storms getting nerfed, so that might still be good. And the Detonate Dead build did get a lot of nerfs, so I have to recalculate everything there. But there's a lot of builds that just got murdered into the ground or completely eliminated, so we haven't been touched that bad. So we're doing good right now. All right, Spiral Volley now has a 30% more damage to frenzy, or 30% more damage per frenzy charge consumed. Previously 20. Okay, good for Spiral Volley. You got a 10% more multiplier there. Good. And that's per frenzy charge consumed. So the more frenzy charges that you have, the more damage multiplier. Yo, what's up? See, hee. I don't know if that's how you say your name, but yeah, I saw that in the tavern stream. They nerfed Temporalis. I never used it anyways. I got it for a little bit. I bought one, and I was so bored using it because I just felt like a hack. I felt like I had opened the console command and said, "The game is now too easy for you. You are now bored." And then I pressed enter, and I played it for a day. Got so bored because nobody could play with me. They'd all be right behind me, and then I'd fly through the map, and they're like, "This isn't fun playing with you." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's not fun. It's fun for the first few hours that you play it, and then you're like, okay, I'm just way too strong, and now nobody wants to play with me." So, yeah, I actually don't care that it got nerfed. I'm glad it got nerfed. Okay, Sunder now has a +1 second to total attack time. Previously, it was 1.4. Okay, so that's a buff. And the mana cost has been adjusted accordingly. Okay. Stampede quality now provides 20% chance to cause an Aftershock. Okay, so the Aftershock got nerfed. That kind of sucks. I liked Stampede. Stormblast bolts no longer have 30% less reload speed. That's a buff, I think, right? Stormcaller Arrow's bolt now has 500% more chance to shock, previously 800. Okay, but is the 500% more chance to shock enough to shock? I don't know if this matters. Does anyone play this build? Tempest Bell Impact now deals 490 on the top end, previously 316. So they got a buff? Now requires 10 combo to use. Oh, I spoke too soon. Before you were dropping the bell much earlier. Now it's going to take you twice as many combos before you can use it. And the bell is destroyed after 10 hits at all gem levels. Okay, previously it was 20. Dang. Okay, so a lot less amount of times that you can hit the bell. Quality now causes the bell to be destroyed after additional 2 hits. Before it was 6. So you're gonna get drastically less amount of hits here. Yeah, okay. See, he says it affected a Cast on Shock build. But if you read the patch notes earlier, Cast on Shock got nerfed as well. They reduced the energy cost or the energy gain per shock. So I guess it's a nerf to that plus this build. So if you're using Stormcaller Arrow to shock, you're going to get less energy. So I guess it's an overall nerf to that style of build. All right, next. Tempest Bell limit on the number of bells placed is now shared between different copies of the skill. So no, no using different skills and trying to get more bells. Nice try. The on-kill effect of Herald skills can no longer trigger from kills caused by Herald skills. So no more using one to proc the other one. That was anticipated. It was ridiculously strong. Tornado shots splitting effect now applies to thrown spears. Why can't it be applied to our Bone Storm, man? I remember the second I played Ranger and I saw the tornado getting thrown and he threw the projectiles in there and it spewed everywhere. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to use Bone Storm. And then I read it and it said it's for attacks. I'm like, no, man. Can you imagine tornado shot, like throwing Bone Storm in there? That would have been so much fun. Oh well. Toxic Growth now requires more stored poison to reach maximum radius and damage, and more stored poison to expire faster. Okay. Pustule duration time is now 15 seconds, previously 6. That's a big yikes. Stored poison now adds up to 1.5 meters to base explosion radius, previous 1. Okay, so more area effect. Now it fires 6 arrows, previously 8, so you get nerfed on the amount of projectiles you get. And quality now provides fires +2 arrows and +2 pustules, previously +3. Now has a limit of 6, so just overall nerf. Was Toxic Growth in need of a nerf? I don't remember Toxic Growth being OP. That's weird. Unearth's Bone Construct's duration is now 15 seconds, previously 12. Okay. Quality now provides up to 5 seconds to Bone Construct duration, previously 4. Okay. So you're losing 2 seconds? I mean, nobody was using Bone Construct anyways. I feel like the best way you were using it... Oh, you know what? Yo, What was it? Kirk, was it you that asked me? No, it was Mafana. You guys were asking me what build is a league starter. So when I started the Blood Mage at the beginning, I was using Essence Drain. I haven't seen any nerfs to Essence Drain or Contagion, and I was using Unearth with it. So you would throw Essence Drain on there, you would throw Contagion on there, and then the effect stays on the dead body, and so you would Unearth to make it so your little construct spread all your dots everywhere, and it made it so you didn't have to keep casting Essence Drain, Contagion, Essence Drain, Contagion on every single pack. Assuming your little unearthed constructs could get to the next pack fast enough, and they would spread it for you. And that's how I ran through the majority of the content. And it was really easy to level. I haven't seen any nerfs to it, so maybe it's still a good viable strategy for leveling. They also tank damage for you, and they're like free minions, so why not? Vaulting Impacts now has a 54 to 88 more stun buildup at levels 3 to 20, previously 30 at all gem levels. Okay. So more stun buildup for Vaulting Impact. That's a buff for you. Vine Arrow now has a limit of 1 plant. Wow, why would you put a limit of 1 plant on that? But can be increased to 2 with the overabundant support. Yeah, obviously. The Vine now has a plant duration of 8 seconds, previously 6. Wait, can I put what's that support gem? Makes it so I can fire 2 additional. So that won't work on it anymore. Scattershot. I can't put Scattershot on Vine Arrow and get 3. I'm capped at 1. The only thing that'll work is Overabundance. Or can I still have 3? It says limit of plant 1. Does that just mean I can only cast it once? Like if I press Vine Arrow, it's 1. It's considered 1. Or am I thinking of the wrong thing? I think I'm thinking of the right thing. I don't know why you nerf this, by the way. Volcanic Fissure now has a limit of 8 concurrent fissures on the ground, and the aftershocks no longer erupt fissures. Okay. Sucks. Voltaic Grenade cooldown is now 6 seconds, previously 3 seconds. Sucks to... Oh, I was just saying how there was no nerfs to Voltaic, or no nerfs to grenades. Here's your nerf right here. You used to have 3-second cooldown, now you got 6. Now has an explosion radius of 2.4 at max. Previously 2.4, so it's like the same. You just get drop off a lower value. The lower value got increased, so slight increase. And now has a detonation time of 2.5, where before it was 1.2, so just a nerf. You got a longer cooldown, and you have a longer detonate time. I don't know how bad that is, but it's a nerf. Wave of Frost now deals 390 to 585. More freeze buildup Previously 275. Okay, more freeze buildup. Good for you. Wind Dancer now grants 10% more evasion rating per stage at all gem levels. Previously 15 and 19. So massive evasion loss there, almost half. And gains a stage every 0.4 to 1.12. Previously 1.3. So you get your stages slightly faster, but it's just nerfed hard. Gale Force now adds 53 to 167 of attack damage. Previously 125, so more attack damage on Gale. And now uses the crit hit chance of your main hand weapon instead of having the baseline of 5% crit. Okay. Wind Dancer stages are now consumed on being hit by an enemy instead of from a melee attack. Okay, so you can proc this on anything, like even if it's ranged. Cool. Wind Dancer's stage gain timer is no longer interrupted when you are hit. Okay, so you're always gaining stages. Quality now provides 0.4 meters to the explosion radius, where previously was 1. Okay. I mean, just nerfed, right? Just nerfed. Less evasion per stage. That's all I heard. That's all I heard. Withering Presence, wither duration is 6 seconds, previously 6. Okay, good. And now withers enemies in your presence every 1.4. Previously 1.5. Okay, so Withering Presence got a buff. I think I'm trying to think of how you're going to be playing chaos spells, and they nerfed Hex Blast. So I'm thinking Essence Drain and Contagion were already good for clearing content, and the main weakness of it was that you had no single target damage at all. And Hex Blast was your single target damage. They've nerfed that into the ground, so now you're only going to use it as like a big hit every now and again. But you're not using Hex. Well, you would ideally like to use Hex Blast on Blood Mage to have a big fat crit, but you don't need that if you're using Contagion and Essence Drain. So it's cool that Withered Presence got a small little buff here. But it's not going to be enough to like bring up chaos damage, guys, man. So, I don't know. Skills with expanding ground effects were unintentionally scaling radius over time instead of area of effect. They still scale the radius, though we have updated the descriptions and lowered the values of many of the affected skills. Okay. The Poison Cloud on Gas Arrow, Gas Grenade, and Decomposed now gain 20% more radius per second. That's good because they removed the amount of gas clouds from from Gas Arrow. So this is at least a trade-off here, up to a maximum of 80%. All previously 50 up to a maximum of 200. Oh wait, I spoke too soon. They have a maximum of 80. They used to have a maximum of 200, so it's just a massive nerf to the ground. That sucks. You'll still be able to proc your Herald from Gas Arrow, so you might just use it how you have been using it. But if you're trying to use it how I thought it was intended, by just throwing the gas cloud at the ground, this is just a nerf. Sucks. I wonder how much does it impact running through the map when you're leveling. The Poison Cloud from Skeletal Sniper now gains 20% more radius per second, up to a maximum of 80, previously maximum of 200, so just getting nerfed all around. Radius into the ground. The Chilled Ground from Frozen Locust now gains 30% more radius per second, up to 150, from 240, getting nerfed again. The Discipline and Purity auras granted by some Spectres now apply to the player wielding the Spectre, as well as their allies. Cool. Cool. The Discipline's cool. The Purity aura is like whatever. Usually if you're running around, you're at max res anyways, so I don't see how this is going to be amazing, but whatever. Okay, the spread of grenade skills with more than one projectile, such as when using Scattershot support, has been reduced by 40%, except for Cluster Grenade. Okay, didn't they say they're already going to make it so that the grenade skills slightly have a variance in how they are launched, so they're not all launched at the same area every single time? So I'm thinking, are you going to miss? And then the spread of grenades with more than projectile has been reduced by 40. Okay, so maybe that's to make up for it. So they're making it, cluster up. Releasing raised shield immediately after blocking. A skill now performs a shield bash that damages and stuns enemies in an area in front of you, and also dazes them if you're using a shield. Wait a minute, what? Releasing raised shield immediately after blocking now performs a shield bash that damages and stuns enemies in front of you. Okay, so you raise a shield, you block. Hopefully there's an indicator that says you blocked, and then you let go of the button, and then you stun everything in front of you. What's the range on it? Because if I blocked like a range attack, it does nothing if it's too far away. I'm interested in seeing what the range of it is. And also dazes them. So if you're a build that uses daze, you get, I think it daze increases your stun build up. So maybe this is utilized by something. Added a new gem tag, conditional. This type denotes a skill which cannot be used unless a given condition is met. You should add a Hex Blast to conditional. Cannot be used unless something is cursed. And if you're using Hex Blast, you must start questioning life and your decision making. Modifiers adding or subtracting a value to the cost of a skill now apply before cost multipliers from supports. Modifiers adding or subtracting a value to the total cost of a skill are unchanged. These still apply after all modifiers. Okay. Okay, modifiers adding it. Okay. Okay. Oh, I had to bring it down a little bit. I think my big ass head's in the way. Okay, that's all the skills. I mean, that's a lot of nerfs, dude. I'm glad that the majority of the builds we were playing didn't get nerfed. Hee hee. So we're good. Support changes. Astral projection now causes support skills to have 25% less area effect. Previous 35. Yes! This is awesome. I remember in the Bone Cage build, I didn't like the fact that my Bone Cage was made to be so small. I liked it bigger. Although I did kind of like the ability to make it easier to hit one target because the little circle was smaller. So I think this is just a benefit. I mean, a plus, because I also tried doing Frost Nova with Astral Projection, and obviously you want a greater area of effect for Frost Nova. So this is, I think, is a buff to Frost Nova build. So cool. Brutality now causes supported skills to deal 25% more physical damage. Previously 35. That's fine. We don't even use Brutality. There were so many times where we just avoided using it because we couldn't do the elemental portion of it. There's so many wands that we have that had, 30% to lightning damage, and we want the shock value, so you didn't want to use Brutality anyways, or you wanted to freeze them or whatever, or you wanted a big ignite value, and you get none of that if you use Brutality. And a lot of times we didn't have an extra slot anyways in the gems, so we never even used Brutality. It doesn't matter. I guess for builds that did use Brutality, sorry, you just lost 10% more multiplier there. That sucks. I mean, it just sucks, period, But, I mean, I'm happy that we're not affected by it. Burning Inscription now has a 110 cost multiplier, previously 100. I feel kind of bad that I didn't try all of the curse damaging supports when you can get such high mana values. So I mean, I don't know if this really matters, but I don't know if I will try the curse damaging builds out there. Not that there's a lot of them, but I wanted to try them out. Cannibalism now provides 2% of life recovery on kill while a support skill is active, previously 4. That sucks. This was actually really nice. I liked Cannibalism. It's in line with other things like mana, like Jewels giving you 2% on kill. But I think the 4% made it so that a lot of builds could use could be used when you were a blood mage. I still haven't read anything that has to do with classes. So if the blood mage ascendancy doesn't get touched and it still gets left, that it just doubles your mana cost, that's gonna suck. Or you have to pay with life. Doubling your resource cost is what I meant to say. I hope they change that, man. With all the changes to mana and the changes to just everything, man. Capacitor now has a 130% cost multiplier. Close combat now has a 120 cost multiplier. Okay. Good. Considered casting now has a 150. Oh, man, we use considered casting on just about everything. 15% cost multiplier. Sucks, dude. Okay. Control destruction and extraction supports now correctly are not socketable into skills which had secondary damaging hits but no spell damage hits. These supports were never scaling damage of these skills. Okay, I don't think we ever used it like this, so we're fine. Crescendo now has 120 cost multiplier. Culmination now causes support skills to deal 3% more damage per combo. We don't use combo skills, so if you're a combo person, now you have 3% instead of having 2. And now lose combo if you generated no combo for 4 seconds. Previously 3. Okay, so buff. Exploit weakness now causes supported skills to consume. Enemy fully broken armor to deal 40% more damage, previously 50. Okay, so nerf right there in damage. It seems like most things are just going to get their values reduced and their mana values increased. Feeding Frenzy and Meat Shield can no longer support minions which are undamageable. Okay. I don't think we were using this on anything like that, so fine. Fist of War now has a cost multiplier of 150, previously 140. Okay. Hourglass now causes supported skills to deal 30% more damage, previously 40. Okay, yeah. I mean, all the values are getting decreased. It doesn't matter. Hourglass is the one I think that gives a spell that didn't have a cooldown, but it also gave it damage. So I don't know what we would use this on. I think there was like one build we used Hourglass on, but it was like niche. I think we're fine there. Impact Shockwave now causes supported skills to cause an aftershock when they heavy stun an enemy, dealing the same damage to the enemy with 1.8, previously 2 meters. Okay. So a little bit less radius there. Impetus now has a 115 cost multiplier, previously 100. I mean, that sucks. Especially when comets cost so much mana. Because that's we were using Comet on everything, and now there's a cost associated with it. I guess it's gonna make having jewels with increased energy more valuable, because using Impetus is gonna make the cost greater. Lockdown now has a cost multiplier of 100, previously 120. Magnified Effect now has a 130, previously 120. Jesus, man. You know how many builds we use Magnified Effect on? That's such a high cost, man. And causes supported skills to have... I think they want you to spam skills less. And causes supported skills to have 30% more area of effect, previously 40. So not only is it going to cost more mana, but your area of effect is reduced as well. That sucks, man. I was a big fan of this gem. Okay. Mana Flare now has a flare radius of 2 meters, previously 1.6. So nerfing your radius. And now consumes 25% of your current mana to deal that much fire damage, previously 20%. We weren't using Mana Flare. I don't know if it's good or bad. It sucks they got nerfed. I guess like builds that use insane amounts of mana were using it. Meat Shield support now grants minions from supported skills take 35% less damage instead of granting them 50% more maximum life. No. I think that's the nail in the coffin, actually. Oh no, dude. Oh no, man. Okay, so let's see if I remember this. They removed the quality of life on the skeletal brutes They removed 10% monster health on the explosion of Detonate Dead. And now they're removing... They removed the 50% more maximum life on Meat Shield support. That is massive nerfs, man. I mean, if you're using your minions just to actually tank the damage, this is fine, but I was using it so I could do more damage, so this kind of sucks. Mobility support now has 25% less movement speed penalty while using supported skills. I mean, that's a very slight number. This is also going to affect builds that wanted to use the Corpse Wade boots. I mean, the Corpse Wade got nerfed already, but people were using it to kill their own minions with high health. So now you've lost that too. So Corpse Wade got a massive nerf. Neural Overload now has a cost multiplier of 100, previously 120. Overcharge support no longer causes supported skills to have less shock duration. It now has shocks caused by supported skills are reflected back to you. Okay. Potential now causes supported skills to have 40% more chance to critically hit when consuming power charges, previously 30. Huh. I don't think you would... wait, it says more. 40% more chance to critically hit. Was it always more? I can think of one or two builds we would use power charges on. Usually we have a high enough crit value that I don't know that we want more. I don't know. This is something to keep in mind. But this got an increase, 10% more critical hit chance. Scattershot support now has supported skills deal 35% less damage. Previously 20%. Hold on. I mean, this is a nerf to Scattershot, obviously. But didn't it only affect attacks, not spells? So I don't think we care about this. I hope that was the thing. Yeah, I think that was. So I think we're fine here. Let me actually look it up, dude. Hold on. Scatter Path of Exile to Scatter Shot. I think, let's see, Scatter Shot. Supported skills deal 20% less damage. Supported skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Supported skills have 20% less attack and cast speed. Okay, so we're going to eat that 20% to 30% damage. That's a big nerf. 10% less damage again? That's fine. We'll make the adjustments. So here's what we'll do. On the passive tree, you can get, I believe, it's a 55%? 32 and 666, 40, 50. It's like 52% chance, I think. Or is it 50? It's like a 50% chance to get 2 additional projectiles. So we play it on Deadeye. A Deadeye gives you an additional projectile. So you have 1 by default, 2 by Deadeye, and then 50% chance for 2 additional projectiles. So if we wanted to drop Scattershot, we could. Although I really do like the fact that we get the 2 additional... I don't know. We'll test it. We're already doing insane damage. So 10% damage loss might not be that big of a deal. If everything across the board is getting nerfed, which is like what's happening, 10% is probably the least of our worries. It does suck though, because we use Scattershot in a lot of builds. Shock Siphon can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. Okay, so it's getting removed. Spell Echo support can no longer support triggered skills. Oh, that's a big hit. That's a big hit. Okay. Spell Echo cannot support triggered spells. That's huge, actually, because we were just saying we use Detonate Dead with Spell Echo all the time. We use Comet spams with Spell Echo all the time, and now you're not going to be able to get double cast on them. So they want you to be able to trigger them more often by generating more meta energy, which I think is going to make the meta energy modifier on a jewel extremely valuable if you're trying to play triggered spells now. So I think we need to make a note of that for next season. Keep a lookout for your desired stats that have triggered skills or meta skill energy generated for triggered skills on your jewels for next season. I think they're going to skyrocket in value. If no one pays attention to this, by the time they figure it out, jewels will be way, way more expensive. So just pay attention to this one. Spiral Volley now fires directly forward with the first arrow instead of the final arrow. Okay. Strip Away now causes exposure applied by supported skills to have 20% increased effect. Previously 30. Again, this is kind of expected now. I'm not even being phased by this. We do use this on basically every build that we apply exposure on. But all values of damage are getting decreased, so whatever. Unbreakable now has different stun threshold multiplier values for incoming light stuns as opposed to incoming heavy stuns, okay. Window of Opportunity now causes supported skill to deal 35% more damage when released with perfect timing, previously 50%, and have a 35% shorter perfect timing window, previously 35%. Okay. I never used this one, so. Nothing says what is better for Bone Storm, Deadeye or Blood Mage. They both have their pros, man. Like, what was the base crit of Bone Storm? Was it already 15%? I think it's already 15%. Let me just double check that. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it was already 15%, right? It doesn't show? What the heck? Why doesn't it show the base? That's random. Yeah, it's 15%. So with Blood Mage, like one of the main reasons you want to go Blood Mage is because you want like the big giant crits. You want to change the crit chance from a spell from being whatever its value is to 15. And because it's already 15, the only thing you're going to get is like increased damage, which you're not really going to... I guess you can only take that node. So if you go Blood Mage, you'll get more critical hit damage, which is good. And then you can take maybe I think they're making a new node. They changed the way bleed works, or they made it so that you can get, what's it called? They changed the physical damage, 10% physical damage on the Ascendancy node to your hits are always aggravated. So maybe we change, what we do is we add, you remember where the cut to the bone is on the passive tree on the top left? Maybe we take that with Blood Mage, where all of our bleeding is aggravated, and then we invest into chance to bleed. We get a high enough chance to bleed, and now we have a nice big chunk of source of damage from bleeding because it doubles the damage essentially. So if you go Blood Mage, you get bigger crits. Maybe you get some more bleed, and then you can always get more defenses on the right side of the Ascendancy. If you go Deadeye, you have the additional projectile, which means you can get faster cast, which means lower mana cost. But there's ways to mitigate that on the passive tree as well to make your skills cost less mana. So, I don't know. I mean, I think that the one projectile is slightly better. But I don't know. I'm not 100% because another reason why I like playing the Deadeye was because I wanted the faster movement speed. They have an ability where every time, the Ascendancy, I think it's called Wind something, every time you cast, you get a charge of it and you can move around the map faster, and that was cool. And you also have damage reduction if you want to take that. I don't know. They're kind of similar, man. I don't know. I don't know that one is way better than the other one. I can tell you that having the the power charge generation from the Bushwhack boots makes a massive difference. And I never played the Blood Mage with those boots. And now they removed it, so you're only going to be able to get a power charge every 5 seconds. So we're scrapping that altogether, which means that we're not going to get our explosions during boss fights unless we use sacrifice and use a ritual on our own minions, which maybe again I'll have to modify a lot of stuff to make adjustments for the patch notes, but it just seems that we're not going to be able to explode them. But we're still, so I don't know what that means for damage. I imagine it's going to drop off. By how much, I don't know. But in terms of which one is better, I think they both have their pros and cons, man. It's hard to put my finger on it. Okay, unique item changes. How deep are we here? Hold on, guys. Let me see how much is left on this. This patch notes is disgustingly large, man. Oh my god. Wait, how far does this go down? Holy jeez. Okay. We're almost at the end. Alright, let me grab some more water, guys. Give me like 60 seconds. All right. Unique item changes. The Against the Darkness unique jewel now has a medium radius, previously large. This change does not affect existing items. Modifiers that cause notable passive skills and radius to grant 2 to 4% increase. Specific attribute now have values of 2 to 3. Existing items can be made worse with a divine orb. Okay. So if you currently have they nerfed nothing says they nerfed Detonate Dead and Scattershot. Is that okay with Bonestorm play? I imagine yes. I imagine yes, because if you watch any of the videos we did on Bonestorm, the majority of the of the enemies were dying with Bonestorm alone. So when you would throw it, most everything would die. So the Detonate Dead was just there for like just breaches, basically to help with clear during breaches. I imagine you'll still be able to wave clear fine and do breaches fine. The only thing is we're going to be doing 10% less damage because of the Scattershot gem. Like overall, we don't use any of the curses to reduce our damage. We don't use exposures to reduce our damage. All those got nerfed. As far as I know, that's the only nerf we got. But we did get a buff in terms of Bonestorm's little projectile, the buff that it gets. So I'm thinking if we have to add minions to the build, I'm wondering what happens when we hit a target, apply that big giant debuff. If the minion hits it, will it proc the big giant debuff? Because it does work like that. If like a monk walks over with the staff and slaps the enemy when you have the debuff, he does way more damage. So I'm wondering, is just adding minions to the build the play? Maybe we can do massive single target damage with the new shrapnel that gets stuck to target. So I think the wave clear is going to be fine, and then we might have to adjust the single target damage because we're going to lack the explosions. Maybe adding minions is also makes sense because we're going to be killing the minions, or not killing, but sacrificing them so that we can get power charges to continue the explosions. So there's like some ideas to allow the build to survive, but in terms of like mapping and just being able to run through and kill everything, I don't think it's changed. I don't think anything has changed. So if you're like, I want to map, I want to do all the mechanics, Bone Storm should be fine. All right, let's continue here. Let's get to the Ascendancy's unique amulet. Now has 50 to 100 attributes. Previously 80 to 100. You can still reach 100 though, so I didn't get nerfed. Existing versions can get nerfed. The Adziri's Sustain unique helmet now has 10% damage taken bypasses energy, previously 2050. Okay. And 60 to 100 maximum mana, previously 40-60. Okay, so they gave us more maximum mana on the Adziri's Sustain. It also has gained 10 to 15 maximum life as extra maximum energy shield, previously 25-30. Wow, it's a massive drop off. Existing version of this item can be updated to the new values with the Divine Orb. Okay, so if you've got an insane Adziri's Sustain, don't sell, because I guess you're gonna, wow, they're not gonna change the item. You're gonna be able to keep your item, but it can be changed if you hit it with the Divine Orb. Okay. The Choir of the Storm unique amulet once again triggers Lightning Bolt instead of Greater Lightning Bolt. Uh-oh. Dude, they've gutted my Blood Mage Choir of the Storm arc build. Arc build does less chains, does less damage. Now they're changing Choir of the Storm. They no longer do Greater Lightning Bolt, does Lightning Bolt. They might have killed the build. Oh, bastards. I mean, it's just reduced damage, right? Maybe it's still fine. I'm just used to insane damage, and maybe it's still fine. But I imagine it's going to be like a 30% damage reduction. Like, we'll still be able to do endgame content with it, but it'll be slower. When I mean endgame content, I mean pinnacle bosses, not like mapping. Mapping is probably still going to be no problem. The Crown of the Victor unique helmet now grants 10 to 15 increased rarity of items found. Previously 10 to 20. I don't think it matters. The Dream Fragment unique ring now provides 10% increased maximum mana. Previously 20. That's a... Jesus Christ. So I remember in the passive tree, they've reduced it by 9. And then they've also reduced the mana on the small node on the Ascendancy for the Stormweaver by, I think, 5 to 3 or something like that. And they also reduced spaghettification from being a percent value to flat. And now they're also reducing Dream Fragments from 10 to, or from 20 to 10. So that's like a 19, 20... Dude, that's like 20% of your mana gone or more. That's a massive, massive drop in and builds that want to just build mana only. With man, it's gonna be tough, man. Will you still be able to build mana only builds? I imagine like if you've got super insane gear, maybe you'll still be able to get like 5,000-6,000 mana. Maybe slightly more. This is starting to look bad because they also decreased the jewel value as well. I think from 4 to 3. What up, Craig? How's it going, brother? The Everlasting Gaze Amulet now causes you to gain 4 to 6% maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield. Oh my god, I got it, dude. It used to give you up to 30% energy shield based on your maximum mana. And now it's going to give you 6. Jesus. Let's say you're like you're wanting to play it and you have like 30 now. I think on average players will be able to get like 3,500 mana. And if you're only going to be able to get 0.6 energy shield, you're going to get 200? That's not very good. Everlasting Gaze might be garbage now. It does give you increased mana regen. And 10 more mana from 50. Oh, you're going to get to keep your Everlasting Gaze amulets. Oh, everybody better go buy every single Everlasting Gaze amulet on the market right now. I'm actually going to go do that right now. I bet you these are going to skyrocket in value. Yo, everybody should be buying all this stuff like right now, by the way. Let me go see what the... I'm curious to see if somebody's already buying them. The Everlasting Gaze. Nope, no one's bought them all yet. Let me see if I can buy one of these real quick. I just want to see if people are selling them right now. Let's see if this guy messages back. All right, we'll keep going until if he messages us back, we'll buy it. Okay, the Eye of Chayula unique amulet no longer provides 2,500 stun threshold and now provides cannot be light stunned. Okay, the Fireflyer unique amulet now grants 10 to 15 increased rarity of items found. So slightly reduction there. The Ghost Wraith unique body armor, now provides 25% of maximum life converted to energy shield, previously 50. Okay, I mean 25 you can still use this cuz 25% you can probably corrupt it to 30, right? And you were using the Adziri's Disdain. Obviously the Disdain was better at those values, but and it's converting value your life. But okay, this might be usable until you find better body armor. But this is going to take a massive hit. The Ghost Wraith is absolutely just destroyed too. The Hand of Wisdom and Action unique gloves now adds 1 to 10 lightning damage to attacks per 10 intelligence, previously 10. Okay. So you're going to have less flat damage added to your attack by half. And now provides 1% increased attack speed per dexterity. No, per 20 dexterity. Previously 3% attack speed per 25. Okay, so that got reduced by a third. Right? You're now getting 1% of attack speed. It used to be 3 per 20. It used to be 25. It's not quite a third. It's a little bit more than that, but yeah, it got hit. The per attribute change will affect existing items, while a divine orb can be used to obtain remaining value changes. This unique is also now found as a spiral wrap space instead of a fertile wraps. Okay, yeah, everybody start buying all this stuff like right now. Buy Hand of Wisdom and Action. Buy your Everlasting Gaze. I mean, all of these you really want to buy. Just buy everything. Because if you're going to be able to keep your item, it's not going to change, and you can change it with a Divine Orb. All of these items later on, when people want them and they hit the Standard League, they're going to go skyrocket in value. Like, buy all of them. Yeah, but you never know, man. Like, this league in particular, because the league mechanic is you're gonna be able to play it on standard. You don't actually have to go into the league. If you want to try something out with the gear that you already have and the currency you already have, why wouldn't you? You know, like I'm gonna start a new league too, but maybe I already have like the majority of a build setup. So why would I go refarm it all when I already have it, right? I mean, I would recommend everybody go buy everything right now. Just stock up. It's like, you remember when the Temporalis was getting duped and they were being sold for like 35 divine? We're like, everyone go buy them. People were like, nah. And then what happened to the value of that? It skyrocketed. You would have made like 100 times your money back. I think this is another one of those scenarios where there's so many people that corrupted them and got rid of a bunch that right now, if people ever want them in the future, you're not going to be able to get them cheap anymore because they won't exist. The Ingenuity Belt no longer has 40 to 80 increased bonus gained from equipped rings. Instead, it now has 20 to 30. Oh my God. 20 to 30? That means that Corrupted might only be able to get you like 50 to 60. Increased bonuses gained from equipped left ring and 20 to 30 increased bonuses gained from right ring. But it also now has plus 1 to 2 charm slots. Okay. Minus 20 increased charges gained and minus 10 to 10 reduced charm charges used. Existing versions of the item are unaffected with these changes. You see what I'm talking about? Ingenuity belts are also going to skyrocket in value on the standard league when you can no longer get them. The last flame unique relic now has damage taken cannot be absorbed. Absorption effects include guard, encased of jade, and sorcery ward. Okay. The Mochwaddle's Machination unique shield now has 100% increased effect of socketed soul cores from 300 to 600. Now has an additional property of everlasting sacrifice. Okay. What does the everlasting sacrifice do? You're just not going to tell us? A 100% increased effect. If you can have 3 sockets at like, what is it? Like 15 rarity? Is it 10, 15 rarity? I think you'll maybe still use it, but you need significantly less rarity now. Maybe you want like, I don't know, 300 on your rarity bot. See, you might not even need this anymore. The Melting Maelstrom unique flask no longer has a property recover all mana when used. Oh no, that's not good. This change does not affect existing versions of the item. Wow. Well, what is it going to have instead? It just provides the chaos damage. That's it. And the mana region is so low. You're basically going to be using it as a buff now, not really as a way to regain your mana. That's huge. The Warrior Invictus unique body armor now generates with 3 random modifiers, previously 2. So the Warrior Invictus is going to be even more insane. Which means it's going to make tablet farming that much more profitable. Okay. The following random modifiers can no longer roll. So no more rarity of items found. That makes sense. No more maximum life. No more maximum mana. Okay, so that's like that's all your mana stuff right there. Gone. No more attribute stacking. Okay, so now you get 6 to 10 spirit. So no, just 10, but 6 to 10. 6 to 10 increased global defenses per socket. Your elemental resistances. Added 7 new random per socket rune or soul core modifiers. 7 new random. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, it'll still be decent. There's a few builds that, like, I use a spirit and elemental resistance version of it. So I think for versions that still use resistances and spirit, will still use this. The Orc Sworn unique shield no longer provides plus 50 to spirit and now provides 50 increased life regen. That's not good. I think that's the whole reason why we were running it. The Pillar of the Cage Gods unique quarterstaff now provides 1% increased attack speed per 10 dexterity, 1 increased area effect per 10, previously both 2% per respective attribute. Okay, so dropped in half. It also now provides 10% increased weapon damage per 10 strength, previously 10% per 5. Okay, so just you're basically getting nerfed across the board there. Queen of the Forest now grants 1 movement speed per 800, previously 5. Okay, so a lot less movement speed there. Again, you can keep it. If you Divine Orbit, it'll go lower. So Queen of the Forest, again, going to be an item you're going to want to buy. The Sandstorm Visage unique helmet now causes enemies in your presence to gain critical weakness once per second for 15. Previously, once per second for 15 seconds. Previously 1 second. Existing items can be updated with Divine Orb. Interesting. The Temporalis unique body armor now has values of -2 to 1. Cooldown from -4 to 2. Okay. So you can get -2 on your cooldown reduction instead of -4. I love how they added this. You can update the item with new values of the Divine Orb, but why would you want to? That's funny. The Trench Timber unique mace now grants 1 to 2 level of minions. Used to be 1 to 3. Okay, yeah, you're gonna want to buy your Trench Timber. Everybody on Standard League is gonna want to buy everything before you can no longer get it. Your Ventur's Gamble unique rings. The values of a rarity has been dropped. Your Grave Mines correctly state the enemy must be in your presence, not the ally. Okay. Updated the text of the Soul Ipsit unique helmet and the Gemling Legionnaire's gem-studded Ascendancy passive skill to reflect the fact that they stack with each other. This is not a functional change. Okay, so you can get, 3? You can use the same gem 3 times. Corrected the wording on the Black Scythe training, circular teaching. The time lost jewel modifier that grants notable passive skills, increasing magnitude of damage ailments, now grants 5. The 10, previously 10 to 20. Existing items can no longer be re-rolled. Ooh, you're going to want to buy that. I'm actually going to look for that. I'll buy it when I wake up. Magnitude of damaging ailments on time lost jewel. The time lost jewel modifier that grants notable passive skills, faster damage from ailments, now grabs 2 to 3 instead of 3 to 7. The one that does energy regeneration now grabs 4 to 12. I already have one of these, haha, and a good one too. Okay, the time lost jewel that grants Warcry buff can no longer be obtained. Dang, okay. The name and text of the Keystone for Heroic Tragedy Timeless Jewel now correctly matches up with the relevant expedition leader. Keystones conquered by Olroth are now called Knightly Tenants. Keystones conquered by Medved are now called Circular Teachings. Okay, so they just changed the names of stuff. The Jeweler Orb, we already know what happens. You can now get like all the previous sockets if you use the Perfect Jeweler Orb. Advanced and Expert. Items now have distinct names. Okay, runes now have 3 tiers. We already know that from the talk or whatever. They're gonna have tiers to runes now, so they'll scale with your end game. Your flat damage won't suck. Double the drop of runes. They should, because now you're gonna have tiers. So once you are able to get your tier 3s, your tier 1 and 2s will be garbage. You can no longer reforge 3 runes to obtain a random rune in return. Obviously, we're all gonna try to increase the tier of the runes if we're able to do that. Using a Vault Orb on an item can no longer cause a modifier with a value of 1 to be reduced to 0. Okay. Sure. I was thinking for skills. There were some skill gems we want to get -1 on. But it's not affecting. I think they're talking about values where give you something negative to the player, but you would vol it to remove it, essentially. The base damage of all crossbows has been increased. Crossbows also now have two-handed version and added a modifier. Okay. Physical thorn damage on rare item modifiers have been buffed. Okay. Increased rarity of items found on modifiers. And they've been lowered on the top end. Yeah, we all read this stuff in the Tavern Brawl, or the Tavern Brawl. The stream. They talked about all this stuff already. They're making it so that the more rarity of items found you have, the less you're able to profit from it. Golden Charm now grants 15 rarity instead of 20. Breach Rings now have the implicit modifier of the maximum quality is 40. So you're just going to be getting less mana. I think for everything else, 40 quality is fine. Even mana, but again, it's just, I think this is a targeted hit to mana specifically. The chance for Breach Rings. I'm not going to sell any of my rings now that I think about it, because if you're able to keep all the items that you currently have at the 50 value, there's no... all of your white rings, all of your white breach rings at level 82 that have the 50% quality. Holy, you're going to want to keep all your breach rings, bro. Everybody looking to craft is going to want to buy them, and you're not going to be able to get them anymore. Your level 82s you're going to want to keep or buy a bunch of them right now. The chance for breach rings to drop has been greatly reduced. Yeah. Yep. You're going to want to get them now while you can. Notable passive skills in the starting areas of each class can no longer be instilled. Oh, really? Or found on unique items like Megalomaniac? No! This does not fix existing items where instilled notables in the Sorcerer's Witch starting area could display incorrect on the item due to the notables being different on the Witch compared to the Sorcerer's class. Okay. Added new jewel modifiers that provide similar benefits to the new passive skills added to the passive skill tree, such as companions and increased maximum life. Okay. Jewel and time loss jewel modifiers that provided stats scarcely located on the passive tree, such as increased blind effect or damage taken recouped as life, have been adjusted. Okay. Speaking generally, the minimum range has stayed the same, but the maximum value provided is lower. Yeah, what a big surprise there. Decreasing maximum values on everything. You know, I never read that the Heft support gem now works, by the way, because a bunch of the builds that we use or we want to use is physical, and Heft gem would help. Craig Hobbs says, by the way, the flame build you set up, you're talking about the Ember Fusillade build, is such a good league starter. You made a great build. Hey, man, thank you. Hey, Misho, good morning. I'm about to go to bed pretty soon. It's like 1 in the morning for me. It's 1:30 actually. I'm way past my bedtime. I just want to get done reading all these patch notes, you know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, the Fletching Jewel. Where was I? The Jewel modifier that grants increased energy generation now grants 2 to 6. The Soul Core of S Kappa has 5% increased quantity of gold drop by slain enemies. The Corruption modifier of jewels that provide 5 to 10 of a specific attribute now do 4 to 6 instead. Okay. The Corrupted modifier on helmets and rings. Oh, we're just talking about corrupted modifiers, period. Okay. Just overall less stats on everything. The corrupted modifier on helmets and rings that provided 1 and 2 life regen per second can no longer roll. No, dude, I sold my helmet with life regen on it. Oh my god. Well, you snooze, you lose. I had an insane helmet and ring that rolled 1.6 and 1.9 mana regen per second, respectively, and I sold them both. And they were good, too. Now I feel dumb. Spectres can now only roll up to +4 to level of minion skills, previously 5. Wow. So you can only get +5 to minion, or +4 to minion skills now? That sucks. Spectres can now only roll up to 80% increased presence of area. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying specters. It's scepters. Scepters can now only roll up to +4 instead of +5. That's a big hit in damage. Scepters can now only roll up to 80% increased presence area instead of... Oh, no. Scepters can roll up to 80% increased presence instead of 30. That's good. Ooh, Divine Orbs can be used on existing items to get that. So maybe you want to buy an item that's really good scepter that has a low increased presence effect, but you want to increase it? I don't know. People are tweaking about the nerfs, says Meshel. Yeah. I mean, the nerfs to the high-end busted builds are so great that it basically cuts all their damage in half and brings them down to like the same level as everybody else. And some of the off-meta builds got slight increases, but are pretty much the same. See, this is why we play all the off-meta builds, man. We're going to be golden. Okay, where were we at? So Scepters can no longer run +4, which sucks, but... Damn, that's also another hit to my minion build, dude. Scepters can no longer roll +4 to minions. That's okay, I guess. Okay, belts, gloves, and boots can now only roll up to 124 maximum mana. Wow, that's a huge drop. Dude, I've got items that have like 170 mana. This is going to bring me down to 124. Helmets can now only roll up to 149. Dude, this is terrible. Dude, look at my build right now. Okay? This is not good. So, I only have 100 mana on my gloves. So, the change is not going to be that bad for that. I've got 159 on my boots. So, bring it down to maximum value is going to be 124. So, I'm going to take a little bit of a hit here. Not a big hit, but a hit nonetheless. There's no mana value here. We don't need to worry about this mana value because it's not even that high. This mana value is not even that high. And this one doesn't even have mana. Okay, so we're not too bad on the Ember Fusillade build. This one is going to take a massive hit because we can't get the mana value that high. And then, I don't think they said anything about amulets yet. Oh yeah, they did. I just didn't get to it yet. Where it says here, rings can only go up to 179. Okay, well. And the reason why I bring this up is because at the higher end, I'm going to end up having maybe like 1,800 or 1,700 health or mana, which is not too bad. I've already anticipated this happening. And so if you look at my mana right now, check this out. Without inspiration on my Ember Fusillades, whenever I cast them, look at my mana. Like, this is pretty sustainable. But then when you put on inspirations instead, look at now. Like, we're never going to run out of mana. So even if my mana was like 300 less, I don't think it would matter. We're going to be fine. And this is not even accounting for the fact that we're going to be using jewels that give you 2% of your mana back on kill. So I think Ember Fusillade is going to be 100% goated. You just need to be okay with clicking your fingers like this. The debuffs you inflict have 20 to 30% increased magnitude of slows. Corrupted modifiers on gloves can no longer roll. Oh, I just picked one of those up. So we got them there. The first 2 tiers of added elemental damage modifiers on weapons have their values lowered. No surprise. Added lightning damage modifier weapons have their values slightly lowered. That's fine. The relic modifier that causes the merchant to have additional options only grants a single additional option. Okay. I'm not going to be running a bunch of stuff on the standard league, so I'm not going to go buy the orbs there. Okay. There's a ton of monster changes, quest changes, interface changes, microtransactions, bug fixes, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm going to go over these tomorrow because, dude, this has taken up, like, a ton of time. I did not anticipate having this many changes. It's actually pretty disgusting. They said that we're going to hit everything with a nerf bat. I wasn't anticipating this big of a nerf bat. So the things that I've noticed to the builds, if I could just remember, Blood Mage build with Detonate Dead, I think might see is going to be impacted heavily. So I actually don't know if it's going to be, or what's the viability of it. I think for clear speed it's still going to be fine, but for boss damage, because before it was disgusting, and now it seems like it might take a big hit. It's probably still going to be in line with other spells, but I'll have to do some calculations to present that information. I think Bone Storm is going to take a little bit of a hit. It's going to need modifying. We're going to need a way to make the power charges there, because we're no longer going to have it with the Frenzy Charge generation, because Frenzy Charges now generates every 5 seconds instead of every 1.5. So that's going to be a problem. Unless we're okay with just not having charges until every 5 seconds. That might be just a trade-off. We are getting more damage. We have a better buff on Bone Storm, so it's a trade-off. So I'm thinking we use minions with that. Maybe we use minions to trigger the ritual. So that's what I'm thinking of doing for that. For the Arc build with Cast on Crit and the Choir of the Storms, I don't know how much damage loss we're going to get. Arc, I think it was like 15% damage loss on that one. I don't know what the difference was with Lightning Bolt and Greater Lightning Bolt on the Choir of the Storms. I imagine that's also going to be a significant damage decrease. It already didn't do an insane amount of damage on Pinnacle bosses without Comet. And now they're making it so we can't cast double Comets. So all the builds that use Comet are going to get a hit there. I don't know how big of a hit, because if you're using Spell Echo, you are running out of mana so fast. A lot of builds you couldn't even use it. And the problem is that they've nerfed the the Melting Maelstrom. You won't be able to get all your mana anymore. So it might not even be a bad thing that you can't double cast Comets, because you were running out of mana. You'd go from 100 to 0 instantly. So this might make it so you're still able to kill bosses quickly, just not as crazy as it was. But I'll write down all my other notes before. But just so that you guys know, like Meshul, seeing that you're in the channel, so this is what my the latest version of the build is before I go to bed right now, because I'm like dying right now. So I made a few adjustments to the Ember Fusillade build. And I added cast on Ignite. Oh, by the way, Ignite is busted. Don't say anything. For whatever reason, the Ignites are able to apply. They don't stack. All the Ignites are not dealing damage at the same time, but you're still able to apply more Ignites on a target that's already ignited. I didn't know that. I thought you can only apply one Ignite to a target, because it only shows the icon once and that's it. But no, you can just spam Ignites on the target for whatever reason. So you can actually meta generate a ton. I don't know if this is intended and I'm just late to the party, but I found that surprising. So anyways, I took that and I put it on a Comet just to see what would happen.
And I'll show you right here. This is what happens when you put it on it. So this is the Ember Fusillade build with the cast on Ignite with Comet. $32 million damage in under 4 seconds, I think it was. So yeah, that's weird. That's awkward. Firebolt or Fireball? Is it the same thing? What's Firebolt? Is that what it's called in this game? Firebolt, not Fireball. Yeah, it's called Fireball. Is that what you meant? Oh, because I guess you do have Firebolts. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no harm in using Fireball. But I'm gonna head off to bed, boys. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. It's almost 2 in the morning for me. I'm gonna die right now. Thanks for hanging out. I'll make a list of the changes that I think need to happen so that we can still run the builds. I'll start theory crafting what I'm gonna be running for my league starter. And then I'll share all that information. I'll try to get up the Ember Fusillade build up in the next day or two. I'm going to try to launch it before the patch happens. Just so that all the time isn't wasted, because I got a bunch of footage for it already. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I will see you later. Have a good night or good morning, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you maybe tomorrow. I might even take tomorrow off. I'm actually super tired. But yeah, so I'll see you when I see you.